Baturdays. Baturdays. Omnidog in the Minister of Comics. Talk forever, get right your ergonomics. Taking questions from the chat. With a name like that, you think they talk more about the fact. Baturdays. 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 In the BatCave.
Hey now, it's Omnidog, Omnidog's Vault, Baturdays in the BatCave, and I've got a special guest with me today. We have Sean from the Comic Pals. How are you doing, buddy?
Hello, hello. I am doing quite well, and it is an honor to be here. I'm very excited. We've been working on making this happen for a couple months now, maybe,
Yeah.
so it's good to finally be back on a podcast with you.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, Hayden's Hideout. Comic Pals represent.
Love Hayden.
Who the hell is this? Show us your Masters of Suspense omnibus just. Oh, and they went to all the trouble of like negative, like turning the picture of me negative and stuff. This
That's
is
hilarious.
great. This is great. Thank you. I feel honored that you went to this trouble. Masters of Suspense omnibus. Oh, here's Jewish Dragons. I was just telling Sean about Jewish Dragons. I'm waiting for the big reveal to show everything I got. Jewish Dragons, friend of the show. I'm going to meet him at Heroes Con, which I'm excited about. He's a really great guy. And I was showing Sean in the green room the big gift from Jewish Dragons that he sent me. And it had in his email, he said something to the effect of, friends don't let friends put up their signed prints with sticky tack on doors. And so he sent me something framed, so I couldn't put it up on doors. It's a signed, I'm sorry about the glare, it's a signed Amanda Connor, my favorite character, Harley Quinn. And I was telling Sean that upper management, for a fraction of a second, almost let me put it up in the main part of the house. I mean, she let me hold it up. It was her idea, and then she goes, "Okay, let's put it at the top of the basement landing so people can see it there." And I'm like, just the fact that you considered looking at it in the hallway. But Jewish Dragons sent me a huge haul, and it's really nice. I'll reveal all of it on Omni Bros, 8 o'clock on Monday, because he sent Geo and Lou a package too. But this is awesome, Jewish Dragons. Thank you so much. And
That's really beautiful. Really, really
yeah.
beautiful.
So, Just doesn't know shit about Ditko. I expect you to send me a Masters of Suspense omnibus. There you go. So let's check in and see who's here. Hey, good evening from Germany. Nice. Thank you so much for being here. Larasa, good to see you. That's, I believe, the UK representing. Chris Brogan, good guy. Oh, Belgian Ellen's here. What's up, Belgian Ellen? James with the not so subtle hint. Thank you for the thumbnail, James. James did a great thumbnail using the format that the Comic Pals use on, I guess, your poll list show.
Pals previews. Yeah, great job, James. James does all your thumbnails?
He does a lot of them, and then my wife fills in with the lettering, like the font with the topic and stuff. She put in Baturdays in the BatCave with Sean from the Comic Pals. sometimes James has more and more stepped up to the plate. Yeah, he's already sent me uh, a thumbnail for next Saturday's show. Is that when it is, James? James has my schedule too memorized. So let's see. It's it's reviewing Superman, Batman, Omnibus, along with a review of Sinners, because Jessica loves Superman and she loves horror movies, and so sometimes we throw in small reviews of movies because I'm not a movie reviewer. I just say this was fun. I enjoyed this movie, and she can take it apart and say why it was effective and things like that. And the the best part is that she's probably one of the kindest hearted person I've ever met, and her father is a minister and introduced her to slasher movies when she was 8.
Oh.
And she said her father got in a lot of trouble, but she's been a horror fan ever since, and she's genuinely kind. So that's why I always loved to hear her review a horror movie with me.
That's fun. You said Sinners, right? Sinners,
yeah. I've seen it once, but my daughter's seen it 5 times, and Jessica's already seen it 3 times, and I was just like, Kelly, what are you getting out of it the 5th time that you didn't the first? Is it you have a crush on Michael B. Jordan or Haley Steinfeld? Who do you have a crush on in this? And she just says she picks up on more and more stuff in it, and the only other movie that we've seen more together in the theater was Mulan when she was 8 or something. That's my favorite Disney movie.
From Mulan to Sinners. That's an interesting pipeline.
Yeah. Chart that.
Yeah.
Here's Matt. Matt, friend of the show. Finally, Jess, I was excited for you and Sean last month before that's right, the storm threw a wrench and things. So happy you guys could still hang out and talk comics today. Yeah, that's right. The storm fried my router.
Yes. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that.
Logan, Wayne, Justifer, and Sean. Good afternoon, fellas. Can't stay long, but I just wanted to pop in and say, what's up? Hope you're both doing well. I think Logan is also from the UK. Am I right there, Logan? I think so. Johnny's from Finland. What's up, buddy? Are you with Aaron today? His son likes to watch the show with him in Finland. Yarn is here with his Millie the Model profile pic. Nice. And let's see, who else is here? Charles Stewart III. I'm here to find out the special explanation from Sean. Sean did have a show this morning or this afternoon, so I'm not sure what. I appreciate the fact that you brought some of your audience here.
Yeah. They follow me around, which I'm very, very grateful for. The Comics Pals are Legion, as they say. And listen, I am not the host here, Charles, but at the command of Jess, I will give you the special explanation you are asking for.
And Baba Booey to you all.
Can I ask you a question? So when you say peace and love, are you referencing who was it on the show that said peace and love, peace and love?
That was Ringo.
Ringo, yes. Are you referencing Ringo?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was I think that video came out in about 2014. And I mean, you've heard it on, the Stern show. That's where I first got it. And I mean it. I like to say peace and love. But that's still the funniest thing. Peace and love, peace and love. As of today, October 20th, 2014, I will be signing nothing. No more autographs, nothing. Do not send me anything. If it's after this date, it will be tossed. Anyway, peace and love, peace and love. It's like really insincere peace and love at the very end.
Oh,
I
that's
have
my favorite.
too much to do.
So funny.
Good pickup on that.
Because you say it every week, and I'm always like, he's got to be referencing that. It has to.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, here's Clip on Comics. Welcome, buddy. Good to see you.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, Jess, Sean, and chat. Long time no see. Good to see you, Gary. Hey, guy. Hey, Doug. Cool print, Jess. Very nice. Yeah, Jewish Dragons. Very, very nice. Belgian Ellen, Jess, I know you love the French Mickey Donald books. You should order the original French edition of Les Vacances de Donald. It's wordless, so you don't have to wait on the English edition. I do have this book. I think this is the. Is this the I think this started in France. I mean, it's by French creators. And it's from Fantagraphics. I've really been wanting to read it. I've been on a Red Sonja kick recently.
Nice.
And this is gorgeous art on oversized pages. Belgian Ellen, I mean, let me compare this to like a trade paperback so you can see just how much bigger it is. But in Europe, are these books even bigger, or is this the size they are in Europe? I have a friend in Sweden named Tony who's constantly jamming me up about in a nice way, sort of, about the superiority of European comics, and I'm just wondering if this is the size or if they're even bigger.
Everything's bigger in Europe.
Everything's bigger in Europe. Yeah. Oh, and I'm excited to read Savage Tales of Red Sonja. This has got. Are you a Red Sonja reader at all?
Yes, I am actually. I really like the current Red Sonja. Torn Grönbeck is a tremendous writer, and so I follow everything she writes. And I was reading Red Sonja before because I believe it was Gail Simone that had did some Red Sonja stuff that I really enjoyed. So once I read that, I was like, okay, I have to read every Red Sonja ongoing now. So I love it.
Oh, that's awesome! And what's the name of the one that Torn Grönbeck writes? Is it?
I'm pretty sure it's just Red Sonja.
Red Sonja?
Yeah.
I don't think I've picked up. Let me see. Have I picked up Torn Grönbeck? I don't see it here. But they have, like, sometimes they have, this one's Savage Tales of Red Sonja. Sometimes they have names. I've got 5 omnibuses of Red Sonja, She-Devil with a Sword.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, it looks like the current Red Sonja is just Red Sonja.
Okay. And about how many issues have you got from that run? How long's it been going?
Well, let's see. It started in what, 2024-ish. So I guess probably I think there were like 16. I forget the exact number.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're digging it.
Yeah. Yeah.
What else has Torn Grönbeck written? I feel like she's done Punisher.
So Punisher, she had some Punisher stuff that she did. Yes. Catwoman, which is ongoing right now.
Oh, she's ongoing on Catwoman. She's doing Catwoman.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, and it's pretty good. It's people are enjoying that run. So I like that. She's a talented writer, I have to tell you. She did some. Mighty Thor, how she becomes Valkyrie. She's the current Valkyrie. Torn Gronbeck did some stuff with that as well. So Jane Foster as the Valkyrie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I haven't caught up on that. I have the Valkyrie, a couple of Valkyrie books. Now, do you do collected editions at all, or are you more of a singles guy?
So largely, I am in the present moment Wednesday Warrior guy.
Mhm.
But I also only started reading comics 20 years ago. So that means that there's a whole host of books that I never got to read that came out before me. So for the modern stuff, I would say I mostly am just week to week, but I also do go back and I'll buy, like for example, I bought the Sandman omnibus, and I bought that because, or maybe it's called an absolute, but I got that because I never read it and I knew it was good, so I picked it up. I have, like Grant Morrison's Doom Patrol omnibus, so
Oh,
like I
okay.
go back and get all that stuff that I missed out on.
Okay, that's cool. How many titles do you think you're pulling currently, single issues?
As it turns out, I have a document for that.
I love it.
So, what my document tells me is that I am currently pulling 67 books.
Nice. 67.
Yeah.
Um, so far, let me think how to word this properly. What do you think of the 67 titles you pull? What can you tell me the 5 that you are most excited to pick up monthly or however often they come out? Like, what are the top 5 you're most excited to pick up? Because I won't read what you're reading now for 2 years, and once it gets collected. So I'm collected editions only. So
Wow.
at best, I think I've had several people tell me how good Storm is.
Sure.
And so there's a trade coming out, but I'm a year behind or 6 months behind or something, because it's 1 through 5 or 1 through 6. I think the trade might be coming out this month or this coming week. So I can be really far behind. So it helps me to know like what singles collectors are really into currently.
Yeah. So for me, the top 5 would have to include Absolute Martian Manhunter. I'm sure you've heard some stuff
Yeah.
about that book.
Yeah.
It is absolutely incredible. We were just talking on my podcast. We were live today at 10, the Comics Pals, by the way, and we talked about the best of the big two and indie so far in 2025. And we all agreed that Absolute Martian Manhunter, if it's not the best ongoing book at DC, it's definitely up there. Only 3 issues in, but I find that whenever it comes out, I'm very excited to dig into it because I want to read what Dennis Camp has to say. He's like the new fresh voice in comics. And so every issue is just fresh idea after fresh idea. The way he utilizes the Martian, and kind of flips that idea to make it fit in Absolute is really interesting. And then the Javier Rodriguez, I believe it's Javier Rodriguez. The Javier Rodriguez art is stellar. It's just breaking the mold of comics and then putting it back together and making you look at that and say, "Wow, I didn't know you could do that."
Wow. And I think I've heard you before on Very Fine Condition, Omar's channel. I've heard you talk highly about the other Absolute books in the line, but that's your favorite. That's your favorite Absolute in the Absolute line, rather. Okay.
Currently, right now, yeah, I think Absolute Batman is, to me, it's generationally good, in the sense that this book, the first 6 issues, when I read that, and with Nick Dragola's art and what he is doing with his paneling right now, I looked at that and I said, controversially, I think this could be the kind of book that in a few years we talk about. Maybe not on the same level of quality, but on the same level of importance to Batman in the modern era as we talk about The Dark Knight Returns.
Whoa. That's
And
a
again,
statement.
It's a big statement. But I think that Scott Snyder has taken everything that he learned about Batman from his 10-year plus tenure on the character and his own life experience growing up, getting older, having older children. You know, the concerns of a man getting into the latter part of his life. And taking all of that, all of his worries, his fears, his baggage, and dumping it into absolute Gotham and seeing what that makes. And to me, that's the same thing that we were seeing Frank do all those years ago.
Wow. Okay. Okay. So is that like the number 2 book that you're most excited to pick up?
Absolutely, yeah.
How about 3, 4, and 5?
Tin Can Society. I adore this comic book. So it's not a lot of people have heard about it.
Oh, yeah. I think you or Peter or somebody was describing it to me, and it's go ahead and tell the viewers, because I don't think that enough people are talking about it, because it sounds remarkable.
So this book caught me by surprise. It comes out of Giant Generator, which is Rick Remender's kind of imprint at Image.
Right.
But it's not written by Rick Remender. It's actually the first Giant Generator book that he didn't write. So this is written by Peter Warren, who is honestly not really a big name in comics at all. He's a screenwriter.
Okay.
This is his first comics work, and the art is by Francesco Mobley, who did The Scumbag, which was also by Rick Remender.
Yeah.
And so the conceit of this book is, what if the Tony Stark Iron Man suit was real, and it was made by a man who wanted to overcome a physical affliction whereby he was wheelchair bound. And so he starts as a young man. He's a genius. He makes himself these robotic mechanical legs. And then he kind of takes that all the way and makes himself a suit of armor. And he becomes a hero in this world, and you know he deals with villains and everything else. But when we come into the book, he's already dead. And so the question mark in this book is, who killed him? Why did they do it? And what are they now doing with his suit?
Because they have the suit, whoever killed him?
Yes.
Oh.
And it's a one-of-one thing. So there are people in his life who have reason to want him dead. There are people in his life who might be hiding secrets. And then there are also his friends who are just trying to figure out who done it. And that's the story. It is absolutely incredible. I'll sing its praises any chance I get.
Okay, nice.
And then for 4 and 5, I'll try to give you those quicker. Department of Truth.
It's fine. Okay. Yeah, I've read the first oversized hardcover, and I really, really loved it.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, Jess, I think it gets better.
Oh, okay.
I do. Yeah, I think I like conspiracy theories, not because I believe them, but because they're interesting to sort of chew on and think about.
Yeah.
And I think James Tynion is in a similar space, because that book is full of them, right? Like the did you read the Bigfoot segment?
It's right here. Let me see. Let's see how many issues this covers. 1 through 17.
So yeah.
Oh, Bigfoot. Yeah, Bigfoot and Mothman. That was a good one.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure I did. If it's in here. Here's the Mothman one. God, that's so cool. So what about the Bigfoot one? Is that something you really dug, that issue?
Yes, because it's a two-parter, and it essentially, and I think this is a great pitch for what the book is sort of like in general. The concept is that our fears and our beliefs make things real.
Yeah.
And so Bigfoot obviously is something that there are quite a few people who believe in. And there are people who believe in it so much that they go out into the wild and they try to find Bigfoot, right?
Oh,
and
yeah, the missing link. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just this particular story, the Bigfoot story, it's like a son who's been left behind by his father because of his obsession with Bigfoot.
Yeah, and the Department of Truth, I think what I picked up on is that if enough people believe in a conspiracy, it manifests itself and becomes real, and they are tasked with if it's a conspiracy that they're not happy with, then they need to take it down before it becomes too real.
Exactly. A wild fiction is what they refer to it as.
Yeah, wild fiction, right.
This is a kind of out the box question, but it does tie into this series. Do you have any interest in Marilyn Monroe?
Yes.
Because there's an issue of this that actually dives into one of the oldest conspiracy theories relating to her, and I'll say no more because I want you to experience it.
Okay, yeah. I've seen several of her movies. I think I saw all of her movies back when, this is going to date me, but everybody knows I'm old anyway, back when the VCR first came out. And so I would get like The Misfits, and which I think was her last movie. What's the cross-dressing one with the Tony Jack, I can't think. They dress up as women, and Marilyn Monroe's in it. I'm sure the answer is down below. I'm already 50 minutes behind on this. I can't think. It's a classic movie, though. But yeah, the conspiracies are all interesting on her.
Is it Some Like It Hot?
Some Like It Hot. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, whoever got that. Was that James that got that?
Badger Stump nailed it.
Oh, Badger Stump. Thank you. Jess, will you make a whole episode going over what you do know about Ditko? Maybe. Oh, looking forward to DC Finest Superman Kryptonite Nevermore. Yes. You were supposed to have Jessica today. You didn't tell me you changed the day. I'm sorry, James. I still have the Sinners. Yeah, I guess since you're my kind of human calendar and creator and the oracle of the internet, I should keep you posted.
How can I get a James? How can I get James to...
I think he's available to all. You just have to take advantage of when he appears in your chat. Just kind of get him involved, and he's happy to help. I've seen his setup. He has 3 computer monitors in front of him. So I think will watch your show, and then if you ask a question, he's already typed in he's Googled it, or he actually knows it, and he just supplies the answer.
Amazing. I love it.
Yeah.
James is fantastic.
Yeah, he's and he'll be at Heroes Con. Sinners, yes, the best movie of the year so far. Yeah, I feel like it's one of the best movies in the past 5 years. I think that was remarkable. That movie review show introduced me to Endless and that other one. The other one whose name I'm blanking on, but enjoyed the crap out of them. Was that my movie review, the horror movie show that I did with Jenny like 6 years ago before COVID killed it? Is that what you're talking about, Doug? Here's CNSSS. How's it going, CNS? Yeah, I know you're a fan. Lithuanian living in the UK. Nice. London, baby. Oh, here's Rodimus Prime Rib. Nice. Rodimus, how are you feeling?
You want to take a stab at reading that?
Yeah. Usually we do this on Monday nights on Omni Bros, where I am considered the leading Hispanic authority on comics on the internet. And Rodimus always challenges me to read a little Espanol. So this is El Gran Omnipero con el pana de los pequines en la casa.
That wasn't bad. I'm actually part Spanish, and That is about as well as I would have done. So there you go.
Well, thank you. Awesome. I always like it when I can get a thumbs up from somebody that can actually speak it. Just wants to channel his inner Walter Mercado. I actually know that reference. Oh, here's one for us. How many Tom Chiusano golf swings do you give Ed Brubaker's Iron Fist? Wow. Tom Chiusano golf swings. That is a deep cut, Mr. Tex. You are welcome to the show. Oh, I see. You already saw that. 20 out of 10.
My logic was that Tom Chiusano needs a lot of golf swings because he's not very good at the game. So it would take 20 to get to a 10 out of 10 if we're going by Tom Chiusano golf swings.
Nice. That is a. Do you remember when he played Stuttering John in a that was crazy.
I was listening to that the other day.
Oh, you were?
Yes. And when you see the video of John running around the frickin' golf course.
Club, yeah. You know, he, as a longtime golfer, he got cut a big break by Chiusano because he was John topped his golf shot on the par 3, and then the next one that he swung, he tipped it and pushed it like 10 feet further in, and he goes, that doesn't count. When, of course, it does count. And so he pulled it back, puts it on the green, and then sinks like that 40-footer or something. He really didn't beat Tom Chiusano, but it's still hilarious.
Oh, I never would have known that.
Yeah, I mean, when you make contact with a ball, that counts. So I think he really got a 4 on the hole, and Tom got a par 3. He parred it. So it, yeah, that's Tom was a very generous man that day, letting Stuttering John get away with that.
He was so embarrassed too.
I know, just the look on his face, and when I think he was like just going like this as John just runs around the green the whole time. Not my nephew, but named the same as my nephew, Ryan Bragg. Welcome. Baturdays in the middle of the afternoon is a great way to pass the time. Yes, we were going to do it at the normal time, but then Sean got an offer of something to do or something. I don't know. I didn't pry, but I know that he has something that necessitated our moving it to 4. And this is actually a really good time to do it because I only got 3 hours of sleep. And by 8 o'clock, I will be sawing logs. So my wife and I, we passed in the middle of the night. Let's see. I went downstairs around 5 and she was still up. She was pulling an all-nighter. You'd think she was in college. She's really into crafting, and she regularly stays up all night and does these craft things. And she's like, don't get mad at me. I'm like, I'm not getting mad at you. I came down here to get some water. I've been up since 3:30. And she's like, let's just stay up. And I'm like, okay, let's get coffee and let's stay up. So we're like, we think we're teenagers. That's the wildest thing we do.
You crazy kids. I love it.
Yeah.
I was sound asleep.
Like a normal person, yeah.
Yeah. I love it. That's beautiful.
Here's Joachim also from Sweden. Yeah, he's one of my life coaches. Both my life coaches are in Sweden. He's the Swede that pumps the brakes, and the other Swede is the one that encourages me, Tony, to buy the books. Doc Elevator here. Welcome, Doc. Are you guys voting in the very fine condition DC Omni poll? Bob Hope and Jerry Lewis need all the help they can get. That's a good point, Gary. And James, of course, right here with that whole address. I have chosen 5 books so far. And I'm taking it pretty seriously because I'm going to make a video probably Monday or tomorrow about how I voted. So, and I want to make sure people. I'm going to try and get out the vote. Here's Doug's choice. Doug wants All-Star Squadron. Please vote that in the poll. All-Star Squadron over at BFC. And All-Star Squad. Okay, you want All-Star Squadron. Okay, Doug, I got it. I'm close to finishing my June Omnis of the month. Flash by Jeff Johns and the Flashpoint Omni. Nice. Very nice. I got jammed up in my DC books for the Marvel Reader video that I did. I accidentally said that the Flash and Jeff Johns was Barry, and I meant to say Wally. And somebody was pretty snarky about it. There was somebody else that was like pretty nice about it. I'm like, oh yeah, I misspoke. And the other guy, he was pretty rude. But yeah, I screwed that one up.
That's the YouTube comments section for you. It's the Wild West.
Yeah. Usually people are fairly kind, but this guy decided to try and break my back like Bane.
I am known on my channel as the LCS Sheriff, the local comic shop sheriff. A great artist named Pete Collins actually drew an image of me as a sheriff with a badge and everything. So I get into the comments section like it's the Wild West, and I gotta pull out my guns, my pea shooters, and let these people know. They go crazy.
What do you do at the LCS that earned you the title of the sheriff? Is it you want nerd behavior to not get out of control, or
yes, there is etiquette at the LCS. I'm a big believer in that. One of my biggest peeves, and I'm sure we've all been there, is when you go and you're trying to browse and grab your books for the week, and I go and I know what I need. I'm not really trying to like look around and everything. I have an agenda, and you have to like become Mr. Fantastic to reach around these people to get the books that you need, because they're literally standing there reading the book, talking to their friend, and it's just like, hello, there's a line there. You're not supposed to cross it, and you're just standing here reading comics. They're not free, buddy.
Well, you're totally justified in that. Anything else?
Again, just similar ethics issues at the LCS. Don't skip ahead of someone in line.
Oh, yeah, just being considerate of other people. Yeah, you can't skip ahead in line.
Yeah.
That's just, rude. I mean, that's unacceptable.
Yeah.
Pittima. Oops, sorry I'm late. Oh, you were binge-watching Downton Abbey. Are you excited for the new movie? I've been, that's my wife's and my a shared pleasure. We love Downton Abbey, and I know there's a new movie coming out. The Belgian Ellen, the Mickey book is around the same format of a European comic. The Donald book is by those people. Jess, you're coming in a little loud. Oh, I am. Okay, wait. Thank you, Yarnet. I can turn let me actually just push my mic away and tell me if that helps. I am pretty excited to talk to Sean, so I could be like yelling practically.
You sound normal to me for what it's worth, but
okay. Everybody else, let me know if I'm coming in a little loud. Oh, Chris also likes Downton Abbey. Gary letting us know about the about the movie. Only 67. You need to make it 69.
Gotta add 2 books to my stack to make it 69.
69! Ronnie the limo driver.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Thanks for the link, James. Okay, here's Safar. Welcome. Always good to see you, Safar. I know. I can't believe I'm so behind. I'm loving it. I'm just glad you're watching Downton. It's a fun show. Oh, here's Hayden's Hideout. Are these the book? Is he on? Is he a regular viewer? Or is he on your? Is he a comic pal?
He's a very, very regular viewer and supporter. A great individual that we're very happy to have in our community, and I suppose those are his top 5 books.
Okay, Batman Dark Patterns, that's good to know. Green Arrow, Amazing Spider-Man. Oh, Amazing Spider-Man? Wait a minute, who's writing that? Joe Kelly?
Joe Kelly, yeah, with Pepe Larraz on art.
Oh, that's solid art.
Yeah.
JSA and Absolute Batman. Are you currently digging Amazing Spider-Man?
Okay. Now, I am loving the current Amazing Spider-Man. I thought the last issue wasn't great, but the first 4 were really excellent. The reason why I laugh is because I have to be one of about 3 YouTubers who liked the Zeb Wells run of Spider-Man. And I get a lot of crap for that.
Oh, sure. I bet.
But every single time it came out, it was my favorite book. It was a joy to read. I had a lot of fun with it.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that when it gets released in omnibus form, maybe next year, maybe I can pick that up then, based on your suggestion.
I'm in the minority, and I'm aware of that, and I'm sure that there will be people in the comments who want to come for me, but the truth is that, you know, whenever I showed up to my LCS and I saw that on the stands, that was the book that I was most excited to pick off.
How many issues did he write? Like 70?
Over 50. Yeah,
Over
it was
50, okay.
Yeah.
The guy Nathan that wrote my theme song, he is apparently watching because he sent my pronunciation of Spanish to me and Omar, and Omar is saying, "What the hell?" He created a video of it, and Omar is not a fan of when I speak Spanish. He thinks it's an atrocity.
Well,
which of course he's not wrong, but Storm is great. I love the art by Lucas Warnick. Yeah. Gary has a different take. Storm has great art, but the story is unfortunately aimless. I've heard that it's like one of the strongest books Marvel's putting out.
It is. Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, everybody has a different opinion on stuff. I'm glad to hear that, Sean. About time Martian Manhunter got some love. The art in Martian Manhunter Absolute is just a class apart. I'm also enjoying Absolute Martian Manhunter 2. It has a trippy Philip K. Dick vibe. Okay. I've read everything by Philip K. Dick. I love that author. Absolute Wonder Woman is also excellent. Probably my favorite Absolute. Uncanny Suit. Welcome. Martian Manhunter has always been the best. It's nice he's finally getting his iconic series. What's your profile pic? Is that...
Looks like the pyramid.
The Sphinx and the pyramid, and I can't tell if that's like from the 1910s or it's a group in the 70s or something. I can't quite see. Oh, good, Matt. Just subscribed to the Comic Pals. Looking forward to seeing more of your content, Sean. I created a link, and you right below in the description box is my link that will take you right to his channel and the Comic Pals. And yeah, please subscribe.
Thank you so much, Matt. I really appreciate that. I came on here out of love for Jess and wanting to have a good time. But if you guys enjoyed me and want more, we're live twice a week, Thursdays at 6 p.m., Saturdays at 10:15, all Eastern time. And we have great time talking about comics. There aren't enough YouTube channels that are doing comics conversation with fun and love at the forefront. You're one of them for sure. I think Omar, as much as we, you call it very fine condition. I think they're doing a great job. I think Sal from Comic Pop. There are some of us who are doing it without getting into the muck and having really nasty opinions and things like that. I feel good here. I feel safe here, and I think if you like the vibe of this channel, you'll probably like the vibe on mine.
Well, I encourage everyone to use my link and click on it. I don't get any money for it. Sean offered to give me some money, but I said, no, part of the YouTube deal. Yeah, use the link and subscribe to the Comic Pals. Clip on Comics loves Tin Can Society. La Raza too. I have read Tin Can Society issue 1 and loved it. Matt watched Clip on Comics. I think it was Comics and Coffee today, right? Tin Can Society has some of the best cliffhangers.
Totally.
Just subscribe to the Comic Pals. Dalai Gojira. Sean seems to be a nice guy with good knowledge and taste in comics.
I appreciate that. We'll see if you still feel like my taste in comics is good after you hear my my Zeb Wells Spider-Man opinion.
Yeah. I want to hear more on that because I don't want to dislike comics. I want to like books. I don't go out in search of books to hate on them. I fully cop to the what I used to do when I first started the channel, and that was pour root beer. It used to be called, excuse me. I used to do root beer reviews where I would, until I gained too much weight from it, I had a root beer float every time I reviewed a book, and I became known as somehow a root beer connoisseur. I do love root beer, but if it was a bad book, I'd call it out and I'd put it in a bucket and then I'd dump Diet A&W over it.
Oh no!
Because I hate Diet A&W or Barks. Boy, I can't stand Barks. And some books truly deserved it. Like the book by Kevin Smith, Batman Cacophony and Widening Gyre. I genuinely don't like that book. Those books. Astonishing Wolfman by Robert Kirkman. That was a $50 book. And I couldn't stand. Yeah, well, I think I got it for $35. At IST or something. But that was a terrible book, and I root beered that. And then the last book I root beered, and I will stand. I stopped doing it because it was too negative, and I was it was kind of a gimmick in the beginning. But the last book I root beered was this book User by Devin Grayson, and it was super offensive. It was somehow it won a GLAAD award back in the early to mid 2000s, but I don't even know. I can't even. I read it and I did the review with Kristen Omnicat, who she and I read it and we just couldn't believe it. There was a family, a father and two daughters, and the one daughter was older, like an older teenager, and the other girl was 14. And the father had a good friend that would come over and sleep with his 14-year-old.
Oh my God.
Like what? One time he brought donuts. And I can't explain. I almost wish I hadn't root beered it so I could pull it out and just, tell you all about it. But it was so offensive that Kristen and I just felt dirty reading it. And I thought, wow, Devin Grayson, I have changed my opinion on you. Nobody said anything about it. Nobody called it out. And that was the last beer I root beered. But boy, I stand by it. That was just reprehensible what she was doing in that book.
Have you ever heard another perspective on that book?
I have not. Somehow it won a GLAAD award. So are you familiar with the book?
I'm not, but I think the fact that you just described it as offensive makes me want to know more about it, actually.
Yeah, well, I'd be interested. Okay, I'd be interested in your opinion. I mean, it's not hard to find. It's I can't really remember. That's the thing that sticks out in my head. I think it was 4 years ago or something that she and I read it. That's the thing that sticks out in my head. But there must have been some kind of LGBTQ relationship in it or something that got the GLAAD award. But I don't see how they skipped over that part of non-consensual relations. Not even if it was consensual, it was 14, right. And the guy was the dad's friend. It really griped our cookies when he came over with donuts for it. It was like, is it so normal for this guy that he brings over donuts?
To be clear, I wasn't saying that I'm interested. Like, I think that subject matter is okay. I just think, I always think it's interesting when something is controversial. Like, there will be some people who will see a thing and say, okay, that's way too far for me, I'm out. And maybe there's a level of nuance that makes it palatable if you look at it from a certain point of view, I guess. That's why I'm intrigued.
Okay, I would be interested in your opinion on it. That's why I did the show with Kristen. She has to take a break because she gave birth to a gorgeous little girl.
Harley Quinn.
Exactly. Harley Quinn, Birdie of Prey. Wait, what was I? Oh, I always like doing a show with her because she brought that other kind of viewpoint that maybe she was picking up on things that I wouldn't and giving me a different perspective on things. So that's why I really, really like doing a show with her. And that's why I like doing a show with Jessica on Superman, and because I like the different perspective that other people can give me. So if you can find out, I mean, if you can read it and tell me if I'm missing something,
I'll check it out.
Yeah. Phenomenal AC, thank you. Yeah, please smash that like button.
He's great.
He is, yeah. Pittyma just read the Blizzard Tales of Unnamed. Oh, is this loved it, loved the story and art. Oh, the connection to Ghost Machine, kind of a reach but standalone. Yes. The Unnamed, those are the I just read it. Junkyard Joe and Geiger.
Yes, and a few other characters, Red Code and certain others, and it's this really exciting thing that Ghost Machine is doing, where they kind of have this little universe called the Unnamed Verse, and all these characters are crossing over, and they've got their own series and stuff like that. It's a ton of fun. I don't know how much you like Jeff Johns.
I love Jeff Johns.
Yes. All right, another point in your favor, in my opinion.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't like him. I love him.
Just because, like, it's weird. Like, we got to interview Jeff Johns on my show.
Oh, nice.
And we've done it 3 times now.
Okay.
And to me, you know, that was surreal because it's like, wait a second, I grew up reading your books. Now you're on my show, right?
Yeah.
And when we did that, there were some people saying, Jeff Johns is played out. And it's like, what? To who?
Yeah.
On what planet?
Yeah. Yeah, and he's showing it now. Well, I thought Geiger, it's that situation where I'm way behind because I read both of those books, but I'm sure it only had issues 1 through 6 or something of both of them. But I loved both of them. I love the whole concept. It's really interesting, and I can see that it's tying in together eventually with other books, and so I'm very excited. Is Rook Exodus, is that part of that unnamed universe, or is it a separate thing?
So it's a separate thing. It's a part of Ghost Machine, but not part of the Unnamed Verse.
Okay.
And that's his book with why am I blanking on his name? Jason Fabok. Jason Fabok.
Oh.
And,
okay.
I mean, you know Jason Fabok obviously from his DC work, which was incredible. This is him unleashed. this is him doing the best work of his entire career because he has stake in it. It's his comic, so he owns a piece of it. It's creator owned. And then also the big hitch with him is that they've only done 6 issues, and it started over a year ago. So he has the time to really devote to doing the best art that he can, and it shows.
Well, it turns out that one of the books that Jewish Dragons got signed for me, we can look at the art right now. He got it signed by, it looks like a little drawing is in there. That's an amazing signature. I'm going to assume that's Jason Fabok because it's a little bird done right there. But let's check out some of this art. The guy has a like a falcon mask on or something.
Do you know the premise?
I don't. No. Fight or flight. Go ahead. Why don't you? Let me isolate myself and show the art, and you can tell the premise.
Great. So the idea here is that Earth is not inhabitable anymore, really. And so this company, this business, has migrated people and some of their business to another planet. And one of the resources that they are using to harvest the resources of this planet and make it habitable is they have brought animals over to it. And every one of the sort of core workers has a helmet that connects them in their mind directly with all of the animals of that type. So the main character, Rook, his connection is to crows. And that's Direwolf. Her connection is to wolves. So whenever she's around wolves, she can telepathically, psychically sort of connect and control them, but that goes both ways.
Oh.
And the planet is actually unsustainable. They were lied to. And so the book's title, Rook Exodus, is actually about whether he's going to fight for this planet or fly away and leave.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
It's so cool. One of my favorite books.
Wow. Jewish Dragons, thank you. This is not a book that I would have picked up necessarily. I probably would have waited for the giant the giant sized graphic novel. Whoa, look at this. Yeah. You're right. Fabok's nailing it here. Thank you for that great explanation, and that I'm excited to read this. So that's really cool. I love the idea that they're connected to the animals.
It plays out in ways that I didn't even think of before I read it. Jeff Johns was really thinking about this, and he put a lot of effort into it, and it's just excellent. It really is.
How many books is he writing right now?
So Jeff has Rook, which again, only 6 issues per year. He's got Hyde Street, which is his horror book with Yvonne Reese, and that's another incredible series.
Wow, he's got some top-notch artists with him.
Exactly. Then he's doing Geiger, which you know about, with Gary Frank, my favorite artist of all time.
I can see why.
He's got First Ghost, which is coming out this year, and that's him writing alongside Brad Meltzer, actually.
Oh, okay.
And I believe those are all the books that he's currently got on the docket.
Is Junkyard Joe still being written?
So Junkyard Joe's story is being told in Geiger right now. There is no current Junkyard Joe series.
Okay. Wow, he's pumping out. He's almost at James Tiny Onion level. Tiny Onion's got like 10 series going right now, it seems like. I don't even think that's an exaggeration. If you really count up what Tiny Onion's writing, it's like 10 different books.
He's prolific. He really is. James is unbelievable. And that's why I haven't been able to get him for an interview, because he's constantly busy writing the comics that we want to read. So I understand it.
Yeah. Here's Saz Murph. Welcome, buddy. Prima, I got that book too. I think this is Department of Truth, but down for the Department of Truth and Bigfoot stories. Love it. Yeah, it's really good. Oh yeah, Tiny Onion's Exquisite Corpses 1 just came out, and it has great potential of being a great series. Fingers crossed it will be. Have you read that?
Absolutely. That got rave reviews when it dropped, and my compatriots on the Comics Pals really loved it. I enjoyed it. I think I was a little bit more. So the premise is basically just like there are all these different businesses that run the country, and each one of them controls a specific state. And they have a Hunger Games style battle to the death where they employ other people to be their avatar, their representative. So, like, for example, the New Jersey representative is a guy who chokes people to death, right? And so they all go to a town that is decided upon. That town gets shut down, and all these murderers go to the town, and the last one standing, that person, whoever, whatever state they represent, controls the United States for X amount of years going forward.
The murderer or the corporation?
The corporation.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the murderer get? Just fun and killing people, or?
Pretty much. And like whatever their heart desires, like the main murderer that we're kind of following, he has like other interests, and basically the person tells him, you know, you can have whatever it is that you want.
Comic book collector, something like that.
He's like, yeah, he's looking for Action Comics #1. Aren't we all?
Oh, Pity Ma, right, with a Tony Curtis and Jack Lemmon. Some Like It Hot. Thank you. I appreciate that. This isn't happening. Don't worry. If Jess ever cosplays as Marilyn Monroe, no, I would unsubscribe to myself. That there's no way. Sean James Abel is the internet. Yeah,
that's funny.
I just popped in. What the hell is this? Yeah, that's what you sent to. That's what you sent to Omar. What was that? Me speaking Spanish?
So this is Omni, pero...
Okay, yeah. Probably. Yeah, Rodimus, I hope you're doing well. What's the latest on that? Yeah, I hope so that Rodimus is doing well. Oh boy, Chris Flood with a deep cut, Inferior 5. Get a DC finest. Did they have more than 5 issues? I remember they were in Showcase. That was a weird comic. Boy, I think they did get their own comic, but I don't know if it was more than 5 issues. This was like back in 68 or 69. Yeah, when Tom Chiusano punched his suit and broke his hand. Mr. Tex, good job.
I heard that the other day too. I was listening to a Tom Chiusano compilation. So it was like 8 hours of Tom Chiusano bits. Oh, that's a classic.
That I want 8 hours of Eric the actor. He was my absolute favorite. I loved his appearances all the time.
Okay, so I'm not sure. Like, do you know how big Howard Stern is on YouTube?
I don't. You said we traded emails, and you said that you had access to like the past few years on YouTube.
So there are so many people who fall asleep. I am one of them. At night, listening to Howard Stern on YouTube. And it's clips of every bit you can imagine, all the funny stuff. There are Eric the Actor compilations for almost every single thing that he was ever a part of.
Oh my God.
And they're not hard to find. They're actually very easy to find. They do sometimes get deleted, so you have to keep abreast of it. Like, you have to be aware. But I personally, myself, have a collection of every single episode of the Howard Stern Show from 2003 and onward.
How did you get that?
The internet is a beautiful place, and I can share with you whatever it is you want.
I would love anything with Eric the actor, especially when he was going to do that show in New Mexico or something, and Sal and Richard, he got convinced there were werewolves.
Werewolves, yeah.
That's just the best.
My favorite, and I know you're gonna have to remember this. My favorite is when he's mad. He's mad with someone who made fun of him or something of that nature, and he's talking to Johnny Fratto, and he tells him, "Oh, his name's Jerry. You know what to do." That is one of my favorites. You know what to do.
That's one of the things I loved was the JFSC.
The Johnny Fratto Social Club.
It never worked right. He always had technical problems. There was like feedback and dropping the mic and everything. I loved that. It was so funny. They could never get anything ever done. Oh man.
The American Idol reviews where it was just awful production.
Awful.
Yeah. Love
That's awesome. Just opened Batman No Man's Land Omnibus Volume 1. Never read it before, so I'm hoping it's a good read. I think you will be happy. Phenomenal. I think that's one of the better books. I was pulling it in singles back when that came out. I have good memories of that. Let's see. I have it in collected edition. Now, there was one. I remember there was another. No, Bruce Wayne Murderer Fugitive. I like that a lot. But there's another event that happens sort of around that No Man's Land time that I wasn't a big. It wasn't the best, but I can't remember what it was now. But yeah, you should dig No Man's Land. Oh, Riley Martin, best Hartzer guest ever.
Oquan 10s in 1.
That was, I loved when Howard first started on Sirius because it was like a free for all.
Yeah.
He just, any idea that he had, like he had Pharrell on the Pharrell Shagadoo. And he had the Iron Sheik on, and I don't know anything about wrestling, but listening to Iron Sheik just yelling about, various other wrestlers.
Hulk
I
Hogan.
give you my coke, I give you my marijuana, I give you my this and that. But oh, Miss Elizabeth, she's so beautiful. I love her. I can't remember what wrestler it was, but
Macho Man, Hulk Hogan.
Macho Man. There we go.
Yeah.
And there was and then Riley Martin had his own show.
Listen here, motherfuckers.
Now, that is to say. And then I loved Howard 100 News. That was great. At its let's see. Upper management should live stream her crafting. She could have this morning. She pulled an all-nighter, that's for sure. Oh yeah, this is important. You need to read Cataclysm and Road to No Man's Land before. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, no, I know enough about those, though, so jumping in here won't be an issue. I'll probably pick up Road to at some point in the future. That mic trick didn't work. I can still hear Jazz. Nate, what are you doing to me? He wrote my theme song, and Gio is the one that put video to it. And he also, Nate also wrote the Omnicat theme song, which is a lot of fun too.
It's so cool that you have a theme song. Multiple.
Yeah. Thank you. He wrote what he really did that was cool. Unfortunately, I can't play it, or I'll get demonetized because he put it on an album. was the full 1 minute version of the the Jess Bragg. I have a 19-second clip that I can play of it, but it was the beginning of COVID, and he was at home with time on his hands and his two kids and his partner, and he put together a 1 minute stop motion with paper cutouts of this entire song about Omnidog, 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 Jess Bragg, and it had like my little dog in it, and I'm doing all these things, lounging around, pouring root beer on bugs. It's a full minute. It must have taken him 200 hours. I'm not kidding. I think he said it took him 100 hours. I have a clip I can play of it, but if you want to see the entire 1 minute thing, that's in the vault, my library, where you can go. James, can you please highlight? Can you put that in the comments where you can go in my library to get it? Oh, Nate says I set it up so it doesn't pull royalties from YouTube. You can play it in full whenever. Okay,
There you go.
yeah, because it's a work of art. I mean, Nate really poured his heart into it. It's amazing. Jess, outside of New Frontier, what would you say is Darwyn Cooke's best work? Ew, that's a toughie. New Frontier. I really love Catwoman of East End, and that's also got the bonus of Ed Brubaker being in it. I know you asked about that before, Peter. The Spirit book that you asked about earlier, I think you asked that Friday, maybe yesterday. Wait, today's Saturday. I feel like I pulled the all-nighter. That the Spirit book is really good. I think what's considered his magnum opus, though. Let's see if I can pull it out here. Is the Parker books, and I'm pretty sure they're both still in print. But these are big slipcases from IDW, and he adapted these stories by, let's see, the works of Richard Stark as adapted by Darwyn Cooke, and he adapted these crime stories, and they were remarkable how great he did these. Each of the adaptations, let me take this off. Each of the stories has its own color palette, and the writing is brilliant, and his art is brilliant.
Wow.
And it's nice and blown up. These are big editions. So there's two of these. The first one is called the Martini edition. Here's the color palette's blue. The Martini edition, and then the second one is called Martini edition Last Call. He had planned to do as many, I think it's Donald Westlake writing as let me get this right. They were crime and mystery books. The works of Richard Stark, and I think his real name was Donald Westlake, if I'm not mistaken. If I recall correctly, Donald Westlake. Yeah. So they're crime books that he adapted. I think this is his best work, but I love everything Darwyn Cooke's done. But the artwork is great, and if you like crime at all, this is the real thing, Peter. This is what I would think you would really like. This was out of print for a long time, but I think IDW's got them back in print, both of those books. The other book, I don't think, has gone out of print.
That's one of my favorite things about your channel is that if somebody mentions a book, somehow you just go into that back area and you pull it out, and it's a beautiful edition, and then you can wax poetic about it because you know your stuff. It's so much fun.
Oh, thank you. That's kind of why I moved into. I have two rooms. The other one's bigger, but it seems like this room has what people ask questions about, so I can actually, grab the stuff. The other room has all my omnis, all my omnibus, like from DC and Marvel and stuff. And I mean, people ask questions about it, but the other stuff, I just seem to be able to grab the stuff much easier in this room. Those comics ain't free reminds me of the boys, those two brothers that ran the LCS and the comics. I don't remember. I read the boys, but I don't remember that part. Those comics ain't free. No Man's Land is definitely the best part. Okay. Most people are just upset about Paul.
That's a reference to Amazing Spider-Man, the Zeb Wells Amazing Spider-Man.
Oh, okay, Paul. I guess I've heard about that. Can you tell me what that is about?
Yeah, so Zeb Wells created a character named Paul, and essentially, Paul ends up with Mary Jane. Some comic booky madness happens, and Mary Jane ends up in another reality or something like that. And Paul is there, and they fall in love because they're there together. And in their reality, like many years pass, so they had a family and everything like that. And when she returns to our time and our Earth, Peter Parker is still sort of pining for her, but she's moved on. She's got a new man and everything else. So people associate Paul with the separation of Peter and MJ, which tethers to people's decade plus, almost 20-year anger about the dissolution of the marriage between Peter and MJ, which now they dump all of that baggage onto the character Paul. Therefore, everybody hates Paul.
Well, I know what you're saying because I still am not over the death of Gwen Stacy. Spoiler alert: Gwen Stacy does die. I am still all bent out of shape about that. Does she? When she's in this other dimension or reality, does she age? Does she come back to Earth 616 older or the same age?
The same age. Yeah.
Okay.
They were. It was a weird. They were in like a weird pocket dimension kind of thing.
Okay.
So yeah, they didn't really age, and they also didn't have kids. They found children and then raised them.
They found children?
Yeah, it was an illusion. It's a really wacky story. It's yeah. Well, that wasn't my favorite part of the Zeb Wells run. We'll say.
Okay, but it surprises me that because that people like almost everybody didn't care for it because I loved his stuff on. I think he wrote Hellions in the Krakoa era, which I loved. He wrote some New Mutant stuff that I loved, like The Search for Magic. I can't. Now that book's in the other room. I can't grab that. Quest for Magic. That was it. So he's the stuff I've read before, especially Hellions, was really sharp. I loved Hellions, so I was surprised that this was so disliked. But as long as you liked it, that gives me hope that I will too when it comes out in omnibus form in 2027 or whenever.
I'm a big believer in everybody likes what they like and has their taste, and so I never try to criticize what other people enjoy, even though people make it a pastime of criticizing what I and others enjoy.
Yeah, look at this. Oh shoot! I just messed it. It was just doesn't know shit about Ditko. I'm pretty sure that's my friend Psycho Cleveland. Good heavens, where? Oh no, you're real. You've got two things going. You're calling me out as just doesn't know shit about Ditko, and now you're okay, wait, I don't remember where it is now. There it is. Just doesn't know shit about Ditko. Sean, do you like the Creeper?
I got to be honest. I don't know what you're even referring to.
Yeah, he's a very little known DC character. Tom King wrote him into Danger Street.
Okay.
I think he's probably D-list at best. That's a Ditko creation from like 1967, 68. And it was an odd creation, the Creeper. He was very odd. It was hard to know what he was really doing. And so I assume this proves that I still don't know shit about Ditko because I didn't really care for the Creeper. Good. Chris agrees. Chris has good taste, and he agrees with me on the Parker adaptation books. Here is the Comic Pals YouTube. Yeah, you can just go down in the description box and click that.
Thank you.
Hello, Rami. How are you doing? Saying hi to
Hey,
both
Rami.
of us. Good to see you.
Regular on my channel. Good to see you. Subscribe here. If you're here for me, subscribe to Omnidog's channel. I love this channel. I watch this every single Saturday. After I'm wrapping up with my thing, I go grab some lunch, I sit down, and I come and I watch Omnidog. So
Yes!
I love it. You go watch it too.
Yes, thank you. Matt H, you won't be disappointed. 100% the Comic Pals keep me updated on current runs. I only buy Omnis, but I like being aware of current runs too. Same.
Thank you.
Has anyone ever said a little fire, Martian Manhunter? Has anyone ever said a little is his weakness still fire?
In mainline universe, yes. Yes, but there's something weird going on with Martian Manhunter right now. But in the absolute universe, we actually don't know yet. So.
Okay. Oh, here's Nate being a nice guy, sending $1.99. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Nate.
Matt A. Sean's epic rants are something to behold. He is very passionate about these books we all love. Oh, okay. That's even better. Cliff on Comics also has epic rants. I should get you both on, and we'll call it the rant channel or something. You can bring your best rants of something you feel passionate about. Cliff has such great takes on books that he either loves or doesn't. But yeah, what's a recent epic rant of yours that maybe Phenomenal AC is referring to?
Oh boy, I am known for going on rants. I went on a little bit of a rant today talking about Mark Millar and how he was just called out by Matt Hollingsworth.
I saw that.
And
yeah,
I think it's really screwed up. Can I curse? Can we curse here?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's really fucked up that Mark Millar, who has made tons of money in comics, probably one of the most money-makingest creators of all time, doesn't want to give Matt Hollingsworth, one of the most important colorists of the modern era, doesn't want to give him royalties on Chrononauts, a book that they clearly did as a cash-in. Mark Millar wanted to cash in on the success of Civil War and the success of Kick-Ass in order to create Millar World, which he wanted to be an endless pipeline of comics to movies and television shows. So that's your endeavor, to make millions of dollars, but you're not going to key in your colorist on all this money-making you want to do?
Yeah, didn't he sign like a 10-figure, 9-figure deal with Netflix?
Absolutely he did.
Some crazy number. Wow. I think it was in my Discord that I saw that that he was getting cut out of it. I just got. I mean, I just ordered Chrononauts from Organic Price Books. Use code Omnidog for $2 off your order.
Ooh.
Or 5% off shipping 4 or more books together. Omnidog sit, and yes, I did use my own code. But now I feel kind of bad that I feel kind of bad that I got it. I generally like a lot of his stuff, but to cut somebody out, that doesn't make any sense to me. Why would somebody? I don't know. That's really low. I get it. Why people are pissed at this.
So, someone in the chat, Razor Ramen, says, I don't know details about this situation, but isn't Mark Millar known for paying artists a much better rate than others? And that, Razor, is what is so upsetting. Mark Millar will tell you until the cows come home that his rates for artists are the best, that he's made millionaires. He's made artists millionaires off comics. And he consistently lambasts the big two for page rates that are less than they were in the 2000s. So if that's the case, why is there a colorist saying that you wouldn't pay royalties? Matt Hollingsworth said he gets royalties off of nearly every single book he has done in comics, including Marvel and DC. So why, Mr. Millar, is he not receiving royalties from you?
Yeah, that is weird. Well, the best root beer, is from the tap at A&W. Yeah, I agree with that. It's delicious. Here's another subscriber. Sean just subscribed to the Comic Pals. What are you thinking overall about From the Ashes X-Men era? I'm personally down to just the 3 main books just to keep my toes in the water. I'm not reading any X-Men right now. I'm halfway through the Krakoa era. And once I get done with Krakoa, I'm going to give X-Men like a 5-year break. And I'll just, because I love Krakoa. I still have half of it to go. I just finished up Inferno, the hardcover Inferno. So I still have a pretty solid chunk to read. But then I got to take a break. And in like 3 or 4 years, I'll buy all the Omnis. But so what are your thoughts about do you read X-Men? Are you reading From the Ashes era?
So X-Men is probably the first like superhero brand that I was familiar with as a child. I had a toy for nearly every single X-Men. I was an action figure kid, so I had all the X-Men. I am obsessed with the X-Men. I love Jean Grey's my favorite character. I am a big X-Men guy. And so, Gary, thank you so much for subscribing. My answer to you is, I don't really like the From the Ashes X-Men era. And I hate to say that because I was really looking forward to it. I do enjoy Uncanny X-Men. That's Gail Simone and David Marquez. Occasionally, David Marquez. Because he takes a lot of breaks. That book is good. I don't like the core X-Men book, Adjectiveless X-Men, by Jed MacKay. I can't stand it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Jed MacKay, I love his stuff.
So I've heard a lot of great things about Jed's solo series, like Moon Knight and Black Cat.
Black Cat. I love that book. Yeah. Moon Knight and Doctor Strange. Those are great.
Strange. But when it comes to Avengers and X-Men, I just don't like his team dynamics. The X-Men feel like children. Like Cyclops, right? Is the leader of the X-Men, been through it all. He comes across almost teenagery at times. Like some of his jokes, some of his dialogue just doesn't feel true to form, and the book doesn't feel like it's built on much. It feels sort of flimsy, and so I'm frustrated by that. The books that I like from the Ashes era are Storm, Uncanny X-Men, and Exceptional X-Men. I think Exceptional X-Men is excellent as well.
Who writes Exceptional?
Exceptional is Eve Ewing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so this is the first Eve Ewing book that I've personally enjoyed. And so I'm really happy to say that I like this book the way that I do. But overall, From the Ashes is too much too soon. Too many books, not enough substance.
Okay. It sounds like it sounds like a lot of people from what I hear from the chat and stuff that a lot of people, and I was surprised. A lot of people agree with you. I was surprised that Mark Russell didn't write a book that was well received, and he's one of my favorite writers. So maybe he doesn't. I guess just because somebody writes a good solo book or something, maybe they don't. It doesn't translate well over to a team book.
Did you read Blood Hunt by chance?
I haven't read it yet. No.
Okay. That was Jed MacKay's event. And what it essentially does is what he does in all his team books, which is introduce a group of villains all at once whose powers are in some way either inspired by or the antithesis of the powers of the group that he's writing, the Avengers or the X-Men in this case. Then that group, the hero group, gets trounced by the villains. Then they figure out a way to come back. They come back and they kick the ass of the villains. And he did that in Avengers. He did that in Blood Hunt, and he's done it in X-Men. So it feels like he's a one-trick pony with his team.
Oh.
And I'm sort of frustrated by that.
Okay. Wow. Okay, that's interesting because I've really liked all his other books. But that's a good point that you brought up about the team dynamic thing.
And hey, to each their own, right? Like there will be people who love it. So
yeah, you liar! You're the one behind the burner account. Just doesn't know jack about Steve Ditko. The comic pages. Steve Ditko Omnibus is awesome, and they colored to canceled. They colored to canceled comics cavalcade issues. So cool.
Do you know about that at all, Jess?
I'm not familiar with what he's saying.
So the canceled comics cavalcade was a comic that was produced. It was after the DC implosion, the DC implosion fiasco of the 70s, where DC almost closed down. They had they promised this big explosion of comics and all these new characters and things, and we got precious little of what they actually promised. And so the canceled comics cavalcade, the Triple C, is this this combination of all the books that we didn't get that were supposed to be produced. DC produced them on basic paper and staples and stuff like that just to get the copyright and get it out there so that everybody could get paid and they could copyright it. And that is a very, very hard piece of comics history to find. An authentic, genuine issue of the canceled comics cavalcade. I wouldn't even try to buy one because there's almost no way to authenticate that. But if you somehow do have a real one, you have a huge piece of comics history.
So is that what's in the new Steve Ditko Omnibus?
And so what they put in the Omnibus is they took those pages, which were never colored, they're not really technically finished, and they colored them for the first time, and they pushed them out for the first time, which is very, very cool.
Wow. Okay, now I want this omnibus because I don't know shit about Steve Ditko apparently, and that sounds really, really cool because I think that was a time period when I was out of comics. That I hit the wall on the Bronze Age when I was about 16, and then didn't pick comics up again until Dark Knight Returns in 1985, I think it was, 1986. So I missed that whole canceled comics cavalcade and this explosion. So this sounds great. I really want to get this book.
The reason why I know about this is because every so often, maybe twice a year on my channel, I do a deep dive into comics history, and I immerse myself and take my free time aside and, take a deep look into the history of comics, a certain piece of it, and try to learn something, try to answer a question, educate myself and educate the audience. And so one of the ones that I did was about the DC Comics implosion. And my favorite part of that history is the Triple C, which I have read online, bits and pieces of it, but I've never seen one. Never held one. So it's very cool that they're reprinting that.
James, can you do me a favor and put in the chat the canceled comics cavalcade episode of Comic Pals, because I don't know a damn thing about this. That's whoever has just doesn't know shit about Ditko needs to create an account. Just doesn't know shit about canceled comic cavalcade. So Harvey, get with it.
Come on, Harvey.
How did they let that get printed? Oh, we must be talking about User. That's Beyond Comics, New Zealand. That's a valid root beer dunk, 100%. Sounds like an episode of To Catch a Predator. Yeah, that book should be reviewed by Chris Hansen. Yeah, and this is a book that Sean has said he can't wait to read, if you can believe it.
Okay, hold the phone, Jess.
I know, I'm kidding. Oh, I'm kidding, James. Don't clip that. It was a joke. Yes.
You've essentially told James to clip that and post it on my Discord channel. Thank you so much.
Sorry. I don't, Hayden's Hideout. I don't think I've read a book that disgusted me, but creators' actions, behind the scenes can change my opinion on it. Yeah, that's, that is troubling. Yeah. More than troubling. It's worrisome. I don't dig it at all. Omnidog, not sure if you ever cosplay, but I feel like you could, thank you, pull up a cool version of Doctor Strange. My goatee, yeah. If I could figure out, I'd do it if I could figure out a comfortable way to wear his cloak. I'd need somebody to help me with the cosplay. I can provide the face and the hair, and that's really it.
Get Oldfell would be great.
Oh,
help.
Gosh, she's so good. She's just so amazing. Yeah. I wish she didn't live so far away. I'm not going to dox her, but she could. Yeah, she would be. Oh, I could be Doctor Strange, and she could be Clea.
How about Maddie? How about Wonder Maddie?
Yeah, she's good too. She's a little closer, but still a little far away. I need to find a local cosplayer that could help me, and they could be Clea, or they could be. Is it Zelma? Is that the woman Zelma? The girl that gets introduced by Jason Aaron.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. I can't remember her name.
Yeah, I feel like it's Zelma, but I might be mixing her up with the Scooby-Doo character because she kind of looks like her.
Had to be the inspiration.
Yeah. Sean Zazmer. I loved Rook. I read the singles, but will double dip and get the HC in a few months. Pity Ma. I'm loving everything from Ghost Machine and loving their oversized hardcover deluxe. I'm double dipping and don't care. Nice.
Love that attitude.
I know, me too. I thought Rook Exodus would be back from hiatus by now. I love all the Ghost Machine books, but their promotions department needs to step it up. Okay.
I've actually done a lot with Ghost Machine behind the scenes.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. And I knew about Ghost Machine before the public knew about Ghost Machine.
Whoa! So
through
cool.
The relationship with Jeff Johns. So I can tell you, Gary, that those people working at Ghost Machine are extremely passionate. They care a lot about the books that they're putting out. And so much of what makes Ghost Machine special is also what makes a company like this complicated, where you don't have it being run by the bean counters. It's run by the creators. And they want to make sure that their books are the best that they can possibly be. And sometimes that's going to lead to things like Rook Exodus being on hiatus for so long because Jason Fabok isn't willing to push this book out until it's at its best. And there's nobody above him who can tell him he needs to hurry up or sacrifice quality or anything like that.
Nice. Well said. I love that you have an inside relationship with them. That's
They're
awesome.
great people. Yeah.
That is awesome. And I think Gary Frank's art has just gotten better because I used to not really care for it that much. He drew a very toothy kind of face, but he sort of dialed it down a little bit, and I really love his art now, and I love the absolute I have of the Jeff Johns and Gary Frank Superman stuff.
Yeah.
And the Tim Sale Superman for All Seasons. No, wait, who wrote that?
Jeff, is that
Jeff Loeb? Okay. I used to not be a Tim Sale fan, but that Superman for All Seasons made me really love Tim Sale's art now. So I love both those absolutes. That's Jeff John's signature, Jess. Oh, wow. Let's take another look. Did he draw the little crow dude there, too? That's Jeff John's signature. Look at that.
That's cool.
Now, he also, let me show you the exact opposite of that signature from Jewish Dragons, and that's Adam Hughes.
Hey.
Look at that. I could take up 20 books to him at a convention, and it would take 10 seconds. But look at that. That is some signature. I love that he did the crowaning right there. That's so awesome. Cool. Thank you. I still haven't gone through all these books. I still have several. This is really cool that you got a signed sketchbook. These sketchbooks can get really hard to find. I still have a big chunk of books to go through, Jewish Dragons. You really were very generous. Now, Void Rivals, that's not part of Ghost Machine, is it, or is it? Is that the Energon universe?
That's the Skybound produced Energon universe, which is the fusion of Transformers and G.I. Joe. I love that book, Void Rivals. It's Robert Kirkman on the words there. Robert Kirkman's best quality as a writer is he knows how to tell a story that keeps you enraptured and engaged. And he did it with Walking Dead. He did it with Invincible, and I think he's doing it with Void Rivals.
Oh, okay. Did you care for Firepower?
You know, I actually bought a complete edition of Firepower, sight unseen, because of the creative team, but I haven't read it yet. It's actually still in the wrapper, so I gotta dig into that.
I will say I'm not a very big Robert Kirkman fan, but I really, really like Firepower. Nice. I do also have a big collection of Invincible right here that I've been meaning to read forever. I get to book 3 and then I stop for some reason. So I need to. I mean, I've even got an Adam Eve statue right here. And
wow.
Let's see.
I love these tours.
There's a bloodied figure there. I forget his name because I haven't read the book in 10 years. Yeah, but there's my Adam Eve. I really do dig Invincible, and I really just need to step it up and actually read it, because I know that's considered at least as good as Walking Dead, isn't it? Isn't Invincible considered maybe even, I don't know, he's so famous for Walking Dead, but this is the book that I really, really want to read.
I haven't read a ton of Invincible, but what I have read, I enjoyed a lot.
Oh, here's Elon. Welcome, buddy. When was that? 5:02. Oh, that was 40 minutes ago. I hope you're still with us. Here's Carl's collection. He was a great guest. Good to see you, Carl. I need to get you back on. There we go. Jewish Dragon saying hello to everybody, and same with Carl. Rocket Fellers is another great series. Is that a Ghost Machine or something?
That's a Ghost Machine series. They've got a little sort of universe of comics called the Family Odyssey. And so this one in particular is actually Francis Manipool and Peter Tomasi.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a strong team.
And it's about a family. This pitch is I think this is a great pitch. It's about a family that goes, it's like a Fantastic Four-y family that goes backwards in time to the past because they are being sort of hunted and they need to hide.
Oh, I like that premise.
It's very cool.
How many issues in?
6 or 7. I actually dropped this one. It's 6 or 7 issues deep. Very interesting premise. I think it works if you enjoy a lot of Pete Tomasi's other work. But another instance of a creator doing some career best work. Francis Manipool's art in that, stellar.
Yeah, his art is pretty amazing. Back to Inferior 5. Inferior 5 had 12-issue run, 67 through 72, and then a 6-issue return, 19 to 21. 12-issue run, 1967, and then a 6-issue return, 19 through 12. Okay, so I forget why we're... Oh, DC Finest.
Yes.
That's right. Sorry, I forgot. Thank you, Badger Stump. Richard, how are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm having fun with Sean.
Hey, Richard.
There was a Stearns fan site, which I lost track of, that I would download the show every day. I just fell off listening around the time Artie left. Yeah, that was... I think Artie elevated that show. I was really happy when Jackie and Stuttering John left. I thought the show just got better without those guys. And with Artie, God, he was so funny. So funny.
Artie is my favorite. When I started listening to Howard, Artie was on the show. So I actually only learned about Jackie and heard Jackie stuff retroactively. So going forward, I only knew the Stern show with Artie on it. And my time as an active listener of the show actually ended when Artie left. So I have not actively listened to new episodes of Howard since like 2011.
Oh,
and
really?
I'm still a diehard fan. Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
absolutely love it. But I don't listen to new stuff.
Yeah, one of the and it's not Howard's fault. It's the news is a big part of the show, and as sort of a condition of my sobriety, I can't really talk or listen to people talk about politics because that's the one thing that gets me angry. Everything else I can let go. Peace and love, peace and love. I can let it go. But of course, he and Robin have to talk about current events, and so it's always a lot of politics. And I haven't listened for not live for a long time. Let's see. Eric the actor passed away in 2014. I feel like 2017. Part of it is that I started this Fakakta YouTube channel, and I have to read comic books constantly, which is not a bad thing, but that is what got me away from Howard, is that now I have to read so much for content.
They actually don't do the news anymore on the show.
Oh, they don't?
They don't.
Robin doesn't have the news?
Robin doesn't do the news anymore. It's very sad.
No.
I'm totally serious.
Why? What's the reason?
So, first of all, they're not in office anymore. Ever since COVID, they have never returned to office.
Even if they have a big guest in, Howard won't be in there?
It's so bizarre that he never goes in office. They have the guest there. They stage it all, nicely, but Howard's on Zoom.
Wow. So he has a whole studio set up in his apartment or his condo or whatever it is.
Yep. And it'll be Howard on Zoom, Robin on Zoom. They're all on Zoom. I think they're 3 days a week. It's very inconsistent, and they don't do the news segment anymore. And ever since the election, well, not to talk politics, but ever since the election,
No, it's all right.
Howard kind of like fell back from even talking about politics. So that subject isn't really a part of the show as much anymore.
Wow. Have you listened to anything recently? I mean, are Richard and Sal still complete idiots and doing fun stuff, or you haven't really listened?
I keep up with it like I listen. I just don't tune in, so I know everything that happens. Richard
Okay.
and Sal don't really get on the air much anymore.
What?
Yeah, they're not as big a part of the show as they used to be. Not nearly.
Oh my gosh, they were my favorite part of the show. My favorite. Richard was my favorite.
Hi, this is Sal Governale.
Hi, this is Sal Governale. Yeah, that's a classic. Well, what the heck do they talk about? There's no news, no Sal and Richard.
They do a lot of Cocktober.
Okay, that's good. I remember October. That was great.
They
That was like a Richard and Sal creation, right?
exactly right. They do. They talk a lot about like, and again, it's one of the best parts of the show back in the day was whenever Howard would riff on his life and you know, Robin would riff on her life. So it's a lot of that, and then some of the newer characters that are on the show, like Chris Wilding, and some of the newer faces that they brought on who share their stories as well. They still do bits, but the bits they're not funny.
Oh wow!
Yeah, they're not funny. Like they do knock knock bits where it'll be like. Someone comes to the door, knock, knock. Who is it? Oh, it's Miley Cyrus's manager. Why? And then someone's doing they're pretending to be Miley Cyrus's manager, and that's the bit. Why would I want to hear that?
Okay, I think I'm with you in wanting to listen to the old stuff exclusively.
Yeah.
Gosh, Artie was so funny.
Did you ever see him live? Like go to one of his shows?
Oh no, I do have a couple of his DVDs, but I never got to see him live. Is he still performing?
No, he's a ghost now. No one knows where he is, but I saw him live at in Atlantic City, actually.
Oh, really?
Maybe 8 years ago, he was with the Reverend Bob Levy, and
yeah,
I had a blast.
Awesome.
Yeah.
You had a good time?
Amazing time, yeah.
Who was there anybody else there besides the Reverend Bob?
Yeah, there was an opener. I can't recall who it was, but Bob was the middle, and then Artie went on last. Bob was unbelievably funny. Blue cheese.
I always liked him, especially on the wrap-up show. I loved him on the wrap-up show, the Reverend Bob. Do they still have the wrap-up show?
They have the wrap-up show. It's not as backstage politicky and exposing the inner workings as it used to be.
Oh, backstabby.
Yeah, right.
Backstab each other with Jason throwing everybody under the bus.
Yes. Unfortunately, they don't do that anymore.
Oh, wow. Okay, I need to get with you behind the scenes so I can find out your source for all this stuff. I could really use it. All the old stuff. Yeah, that would be great. Uncanny Suit. Kind of depressing. So sorry. Oh no, this is important. But I rewatched the Stern 9/11 episode last year, and it's crazy how much of a time capsule it's ended up being. Honestly, should be preserved. Yeah, that was a remarkable, remarkable episode. I was out of work at the time and was listening to that show live. Yeah.
That's around the time I started listening. So I was 11, actually, when I first started listening to Howard. And I remember that very, very well. I mean, and I live in New York, so that 9/11 was a big part of my life.
Yeah.
But, that was a great broadcast.
Yeah, it really was. They raised a lot of money, like, within a week.
Yeah.
The Johnny Prado Social Club. Yeah, Harvey a big fan. Inferior 5 were introduced in 66. They had a 12-issue run. Then in 2019, Keith Giffen created another 6-issue run, which was collected in a trade paperback. Okay. Here it is. Omnidog theme song and animation. Well, apparently I can just play it myself. Maybe Redcoat Turncoat are a superstitious and cowardly lot. That's Nate's group, and that's the song that it's the album that it's on.
That's a fun title.
I actually I know that's a great title. His group is Redcoat Turncoat, and I was actually really touched that he put the song on the album. They have several albums.
Wow.
Yeah. If I get enough people that are interested, it's only a minute long. I mean, I'd be happy to try and find it and play it, because it's really a work of art that Nate did. That stop motion stuff. Thanks, James. You are wonderful. Oh, okay. Good. Mr. Tex, Brubaker's story didn't work for me and Parker. Oh, that was in the second book? Yeah. Mr. Tex, I thought Brubaker's story was very interesting. I love those Parker books by Darwyn Cooke. That Martini edition book is wonderful. I'm glad you're still here, Carl. That was half an hour ago. I'll try and catch up. Movie adaptation of Point Blank is also fire. I have a pet theory about that Brubaker Parker story that I wrote to Brubaker about, but he denied it unconvincingly. What? He wrote you back, Harvey?
That's amazing.
That is amazing. No, I do not. I do not have any copies of Nightfall, Night's End, Night Quest, Night whatever. No, that is my least favorite Batman book, and by least favorite, I dislike it with a fiery passion. But it sells out every time they publish it, so there's people out there that love it, so I'm not harshing anybody's buzz. It's just not for me.
So you wouldn't pour root beer on it?
No. I actually wouldn't. I did get called out in 2019. There was, I can't think of the name of the pod. It was a podcast, and they were pretty big. They're a very big Batman-centric podcast. And they had Tom King on one time, and they started talking about my channel and how much I like Tom King's Batman. And Tom King made some joke about it. And so I was, they're a very popular podcast. I can't remember their name, but Batman Damned was a book that I very publicly root beered. And I only usually did it on my YouTube channel. The Minister of Comics, Taylor, who used to be my co-host here on Baturdays, said, "Hey, you should put that on Instagram." And I go, "Okay, I'll put it on Instagram." That I root beered it. That Batman podcast came at me hard, and they were friends with Lee Bermejo. They they had him on multiple times, and Brian Azzarello, this and that. They love him, and they dropped me. My name is never mentioned there again. And I sort of jammed Taylor up about it. I said, "Taylor, do you have any other good ideas that I did on Instagram? I just lost a big chunk of viewers there with that podcast."
Hey, it happens. You did what you were doing at the time.
Yeah. That wasn't me, but it was using one of my many iconic lines. This is who the Creeper is. Jack Ryder's alter ego. He was in Deceased Unkillables, which was great. That's one thing Tom Taylor and Tom King both do that I like, is they take these C and D list characters and make them really interesting. Really interesting.
So, do you feel like there are times, or all the time maybe, that Tom King does that, but the character sort of feels not like the character is traditionally shown? Like he takes liberties, so to speak, with their personality?
Well, when it came to Danger Street, have you read that?
I read half of that, I think, and I just kind of stepped away.
I can see why those were such obscure characters that he was pulling from. I remember reading Lady Cop back in the 70s. I remember the Green Team, the Dingbats of Danger Street. Those were really obscure. So I mean, they were so obscure. He couldn't. I don't know that he could write them out of character because they only got like 3 issues each. That's a legit concern, though. Is there a specific, like, Human Target? I thought he did a great job on for Ice and for the Human Target. Is there? I know people had an issue with Strange Adventures, with how he completely blew up Adam Strange.
Yeah.
I liked it, but I understand why, if you're an Adam Strange fan, that wouldn't be your cup of tea. Is there a certain book you're thinking of that you don't think you had a good voice for?
I actually love all that stuff. I've just heard from a lot of people, especially people in my community at least, who are older than me, who will say things like, oh, especially with Adam Strange, like, I used to love Adam Strange, and then I read the Tom King, and that's just not who that character is. And so I've heard that critique lobbed his way a few times, so I was just wondering if you shared that sentiment at all.
I really don't. I really like Tom King's writing a lot, and I only recently, in the past maybe year, became aware of that he was divisive, that a lot of people didn't like him, and I was like, whoa. I think the only Heroes in Crisis, I think, was an editorial. I think they stuck. I can't imagine that he had. I think editorial stuck their hand in there too many times, and it just blew up. So let's set that aside. Superman Up in the Sky, if that's not a perfect voice for Superman, I don't know what is. That's one of the best books, just hard stop right there, out there. Strange Adventures, these are fictional stories. If you don't like the way he wrote Strange Adventures, give the book to somebody else and pretend it didn't happen. That's how I am with certain things. If I didn't like it, I'll just say, hey, it didn't happen. It's not my cup of tea, so it didn't happen.
It's also not in continuity.
Strange Adventures?
Yeah, so it literally didn't happen as it relates to the main DC universe.
So it's like an Elseworld story.
Exactly.
Yeah. Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. I think I've heard people say Supergirl wouldn't act that way. Well, first of all, I understand that criticism because of Identity Crisis. I feel like that's not a Tom King book. That's a Brad Meltzer book, I think.
Yeah. Those
characters were not written. The voice for those characters was completely at odds with everything that had ever come before it. And I really didn't care for that book. I did not root beer it, but I got rid of it. And I had the absolute of it. But Supergirl, how can I get the reasons she was feeling the way she was feeling. It seemed completely legit to me that she had several issues. One was being in Kal-El's shadow all the time, and I like a character. I don't want my characters. I like characters that can grow and change, or he didn't make her a serial killer. He made her more interesting. Her personality had more facets to it, I think. And I think that's why that book did so well and sold so well. And yes, I will triple dip and get the absolute after I got the deluxe. I will quadruple dip because I bought the singles and the trade paperback and the deluxe, and I definitely will get the absolute. So I can, and Wonder Woman, I'm enjoying the heck out of. I love Wonder Woman. And if you don't, I mean, she's got to change and grow and do different things, or you're just going to have the same thing over and over again. I know Crushing Crisis really dislikes Tom King's Wonder Woman, and he said, I don't want to put words in his mouth. If I recall correctly, he said he blew up decades worth of storytelling or something. And I like this Wonder Woman that Tom King writes. I think it's fantastic. It's amazingly interestingly written. So I don't feel that way about Tom King's stuff.
So I guess my final word on my thoughts on Tom is that I agree with Crisis. I'm not a fan of Wonder Woman, this particular run. And it's because of something that Tom does a lot more now than I can recall him doing before, which is these incredibly uninteresting, to me, soliloquies that characters go on. Just these really long narration boxes, endless narration boxes. The Sovereign's dialogue, I just can't read it. It just never ends. And that was more with my issue with that book than anything. I got to the point where I had to read the book without reading the narration because I just couldn't take it anymore.
Okay.
But I don't know enough about Wonder Woman's publication history to say that he upended 10 years worth of storytelling. And even if he did, it's kind of what has to happen sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. We have a difference of opinion, and I think that's healthy because I think you and Peter share something in common in that you're very good at describing a book and what it's about without giving things away. And that's what I really took away from whenever we've been on Very Fine Condition. Your description or your summarization of a book, I'm actually really impressed with, because I always feel like I get on there and they're asked, one of those evergreen shows, and I'm like, I feel like I'm stumbling all over the place trying to get my pitch in a minute. And I feel like your descriptions really flow much better than mine. And you've done it today by describing all the single issues that you pull. And I say, well, what's that like? And you describe it perfectly. You do that a lot better than I do. I don't have that.
I appreciate you saying that. I mean, I really love these books, and thankfully I have a decent way with my words, so I use them to speak the gospel of comics.
And you do it well.
Thank you so much.
Pity Ma, is the new hardcover Absolute New Frontier sufficient story-wise, or do I need the DC Finest collection as well. Is there a DC? I'm not sure. First of all, does DC Finest? I'm not familiar with the Darwyn Cooke. Does it contain New Frontier as well as other stories? Absolute New Frontier is fantastic because of the great art, the great writing, and it's complete because it has the extra issue in it. I have the old Absolute that didn't have the extra issue, so now I have the deluxe also, which has the extra issue, and the new Absolute is complete. Should I sell the Absolute and the deluxe and get the new Absolute? Yes. Will I? No. I'm just stuck with it. So, I think that if I understand your question, the Absolute should be plenty. It'll be everything, Pittima. It's the entire New Frontier storyline. Dean Winchester, hey guys, did you collect Marvel Masterworks? I heard they are on hiatus and probably not selling good. I don't know. That's probably, I don't know. That's a question for Very Fine Condition. I don't know. Actually, that's one of the books that Jewish Dragon sent me nicely is Dazzler Marvel Masterworks Volume 4, which I needed. So I don't know about Marvel Masterworks. You know, the thing is they cater to a different group of collectors, and they might be getting too pricey because I know, this one was $75. That's a lot for not that, for 9 issues, but also it's their kind of champagne. It's the champagne extra love and attention go into it. So these are the champagne quality things. So if they're not selling well, I would guess price point might be the issue, but I'm not really sure about that. Oh, Omar just said it. Okay. Well, he would know. For the longest time, Carl says, the only thing I knew about Creeper was that he was merged with Nightcrawler during the DC Marvel Amalgam event to become Night Creeper. That's a creepy name, Night Creeper.
That is very creepy, yeah.
Creeper was made popular by, Batman the Animated Series. Before that, I had never heard of him. He's in the Justice League Gray Man arc post-Crisis. Wow. Join the Comic Pals Discord if you haven't already.
Oh, thank you so much, Elon. I didn't even know you were on it. Who are you on there so I can say hello? Are you by this name?
I believe he's probably Lobster Hybrid. That's who he is in my Discord, but he may be under a different name on yours.
Yeah, please say hello.
Yes, anti-Mark Millar rant. Okay. I thought, in Juice Dragons, I thought the Zeb Wells Spidey run was fine to pretty good, but I'm a JR chunky style fan and hadn't read Spider-Man regularly since before Peter and MJ got married. Okay, so there's another pro vote. That's the difference between Millar and Jeff Johns. Whether Jeff Johns spreads the wealth more.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and here's what you were talking about. But isn't Millar known for paying artists a much better rate than others? That surprised me because Millar took care of his artists. Well, it doesn't surprise me. I don't know. Steve Matthews, what's up, hot dogs?
That is a phrase that comes from my show. One of my co-hosts says, "What's up, hot dogs?" at the start of the show. So Steve Matthews is sharing some Comics Pals love. Thank you so much, Steve.
Nice. well, I don't know. He's earned so much money. You'd think that good for you, Sean, but why would he screw him over? The colorist, Mark Millar, Chrononauts. There must be more to this. I will say that I probably, because of this, I doubt I will do an overview or review of it. I don't need to step into this.
Well,
it sounds awful.
I'll say that Matt Hollingsworth himself claims the reason why he did the book is because of his loyalty to Sean Gordon Murphy, and that Sean Gordon Murphy paid Hollingsworth out of his own pocket in order to sweeten the deal to make Hollingsworth want to do the title because he wasn't going to get any royalties. So imagine that.
Oh, so he wasn't getting royalties like starting ever. It's not just this library edition size thing. It's from the beginning of the book. He was coloring it, getting paid by Sean Gordon Murphy.
He said that the only reason he did the book in the first place was out of his loyalty to Sean Gordon Murphy, because Matt Hollingsworth is his colorist.
Okay.
So when Mark Millar didn't want to do the right thing, Sean Gordon Murphy reached into his own pocket and paid Matt Hollingsworth.
Wow. That is a really odd situation. It's really odd.
It is.
If it makes Matt Hollingsworth feel better, I didn't pay for the book. I am getting sent the book, but I won't do an overview. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, Belgian Ellen, of the recent X-Men titles, Exceptional X-Men is my favorite. I enjoy X-Men so much more than Uncanny X-Men. I'm about to start my Summer of Superman binge. Nice. Where I read major Superman books throughout the summer. I'm starting with Grant Morrison's Action Comics Omnibus tonight. That's a great idea. Summer of Superman. Yeah. Next Saturday, Jessica and I will be discussing the rest of the Superman Batman Omnibus by Jeff Loeb. Ooh. And discussing Sinners. And this is the part of the omnibus that I actually have never read. I've read the first 3 story arcs like 18 times, and then I've never read the rest of it. Cyclops is even drawn that way at times. Looks like a kid.
Yep.
Yarnet also having a Summer of Superman. Yes, same. Just started, the Rebirth era, and now going back to Byrne. Okay, this is your comment about Jed MacKay. I feel there are certain writers who do well with solo books but don't make great team books, and vice versa. Jed MacKay does great solo books. James Tynion does great team books. The CCC is crazy good. I have a shitty copy. Loads of Ditko unpublished issues. And so those are going to be in the omnibus. I definitely want to get that now.
That's very cool.
I recommend checking out Sean's deep dive on the direct market on the Comic Pals YouTube channel.
Thank you,
that sounds cool. Well, you held out for a week on the Ditko FOMO, Jess. Not bad. Your stamina seems to be increasing. Oh, what's the video name of your deep dive into the DC implosion?
I threw it in the chat, but it is the DC implosion. If you search that up, I believe that's the name of the video, and it should come up for you.
Okay.
DC Comics Explosion Deep Dive.
Oh, right here. DC Comics Implosion Deep Dive.
There you go.
Has anyone seen... Oh, I want to see this. In Search of Steve Ditko. I had a friend that sent me when Steve Ditko was still alive. I had a friend that had his address, and you would send him just a kind of sort of a fan letter, and if you said something that he didn't care for, he would handwrite out this big rant on stuff, and I think there must be a place on the internet where they're all collected, because he took the time to respond to you, but if he didn't care for you, what you said, he would let you know it.
Beautiful.
I'm so sorry I didn't write him I wanted to write him and say, what do you think? Because I'm sure I would have gotten a great rant. What do you think of DC's treatment of the question? And I wonder, Renee Montoya is the question. What do you think of that? And I just didn't do it. I regret that. Here it is. Comic Pals History of the DC Implosion compilation. Comic Pals Deep Dive. There you go.
Thank you, James.
Just doesn't know shit. Cedric and Ellen love it. Charles, you missed Jess dressed as Wonder Woman. Oh.
When was that?
Let's see. Do I? I think I might actually have that on my desktop here. Or is that? Oh yeah, here it is. Let me see if I can. Wait, I could screen share. Lou from Omni Bros and I. Omni Bros helped raise $800 for comic books for kids back in 2018, and to get to 800, we said that I would dress as Wonder Woman, cosplay, and that Lou would dress as Harley Quinn, I think. And let me see if I can share this.
Oh my God.
Whoop. Okay. Yeah, there it is. All right. I'm happy to share this. Okay. Here I am, dressed as Wonder Woman. I shaved my goatee and had my wife give me makeup. I did not do my own makeup, shockingly. I had to have her do it. Share screen. Okay. And this is back when we had, it was, is this StreamYard? Oh, it is StreamYard. Okay. So here we go. Let's see. There I am. Are you able to see this? I will play this because I get up and model it. I don't think Lou is in this one. Okay, wait. I'll play this.
Let's see what he looks like.
Oh, there's Lou. Supergirl.
Oh my gosh, that is amazing. Hola, chica.
Wow. That's amazing.
Oh man.
I gotta go get my lotion.
Now look at that.
That doesn't even look like Luis anymore to make it so good.
No, that does not look like Louis.
I don't know how to flip it, right?
Okay, there we go.
That was amazing. Thank you for showing me that.
I don't know where the clip is of my modeling it. It's I'll find it and get it back in here.
That is unbelievable.
Hey, Paul, welcome. Welcome.
What's up, Paul?
Half an hour ago. Robin. Oh, here's Lars. Robin Snyder Revolver from Renegade Press. Oh, Robin Snyder Revolver from Renegade Press contains a lot of Steve Ditko's work. Oh, Mermaid Coral. Yeah, no, I haven't seen her in years. She was a cosplayer that I met at the first Spider-Man animated movie. Into the Spider-Verse?
Yeah. Yep.
She was dressed as Spider-Gwen, and she made the costume. I think she was like 16. She was with her mom, and she came on the show like about a week afterwards. She was a nice young woman, and she that's a good call, James. She did do a really good job on her outfit. Hobby's here. Welcome. Oh, letterer extraordinaire Tyler Smith is here. Good to see you, buddy. At the end of the day, deliver the best story possible, and so far, Ghost Machine is succeeding on all fronts there. Okay. Sean, I'm perusing your channel, and there's a video where the answer to the title can make or break our relationship.
Uh-oh.
I'm worried.
What did I do? I don't want to ruin my relationship with Harvey Picar's ghost. So you need to tell me what's the question in the video title so that I can give you the right answer.
You hate Richard and Sal. Oh dear.
What?
It's the whiskey talking. How could you hate? The rumor is Artie has dementia. Artie lives in Florida. What? Harvey, what? Where are we with whether or not you're liking Sean's channel? Hello, Marcella. Welcome. Remsco, good to see you.
Hey.
Yeah, no, I don't. Peter, I don't. At 6:02, I see your question. I don't like to put those questions into the universe. I'd rather not think about that, so I don't want to answer it. But I appreciate it. Let's see. I really liked Tom King's Batman, Catwoman, and Rorschach. Life is change.
Amazing.
Yeah. Did you buy that Silver Surfer Return to the Spaceways omnibus? That should be awesome. I personally didn't. I'm not familiar with that time period, so I didn't. This is kind of how I feel. Blew up decades worth of storytelling. Literally doesn't matter. They can go right back to it with whoever takes over next. But I understand how you with those text boxes. Yeah.
It was just too much for me.
Yeah. Tom King is a very wordy writer. It works for some and it doesn't work for others. It works for me personally. Tom King fell off after Archie. Did he write Archie?
He was no, it wasn't him with I don't know. I don't remember him writing Archie.
I thought Mark Waid wrote some Archie, but I didn't
That's
know.
who I was thinking of. Wade and Fiona Staples. That's who I was thinking of.
Yeah. Huh. Okay. I also love the New Frontier animated movie. Very fine conditions said today Marvel Masterworks are now on indefinite hiatus. He said to email and tell Marvel to save Marvel Masterworks. Comic Pals Discord. There's actually you can send me that and I can put that in the description box. I'll make a link for that too, Sean.
Oh, thank you so much.
Sure. Here's my Discord.
I got to join your Discord. Is it fun?
It's fun. It's very laid back. It's very laid back. Like you go into comic releases Discord, or the Brave and the Boys Discord, or Very Fine Conditions Discord, and it's crazy the amount of people in there constantly talking. Mine has been referred to like as the Xanax of Discord because it's pretty sleepy. I go in there and it's very you'll say hi to somebody and you won't get an immediate answer. You'll get an answer within like half an hour, or in my case like a day, because I forget to check it. It was created by James and Harvey Picar's ghost. I didn't have anything to do with it.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, good for you that they stepped up for you and did that. Discord's
Yeah,
amazing.
I didn't even ask them to. They were nice enough just to make it. Jeff Johns does comics for the love of the craft. At least from my perspective, that's a great thing. How popular are the Masterworks? They're expensive books, but if they don't sell well, I understand the decision. Yeah. Oh, this is a good point. Great stream, but I have to get ready for work. Keep the stream going till 7 a.m. We've only got about half an hour left. Jess and Sean, who is your favorite writer / artist team of all time?
Wow.
Wow.
That is a
Right.
big question.
That is. You know, if we're making it a team, like writer and artist, I don't know. You could make a good case for Jeff Johns and Gary Frank. I mean, I really loved that. What was it called? Batman Earth One.
Yeah.
That was great. And I like all the other stuff they've done. So that'll be mine.
So that was also going to be mine.
Okay.
So I'll go with a different one. I will go with Grant Morrison and Frank Whiteley. They've done a lot of great work together. I always enjoy their collaborations. So
here's Vanessa. Yeah, I'm way behind. I should go down to the bottom and then work my way back up. Vanessa knows me well. Warning though, Gaiman plays a prominent role in Search of Steve Ditko. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm not that far behind. I'm only 10 minutes behind now.
Only.
Gird your loins, Sean, for Jez and Lou. No, I will not cosplay. Oh, yeah, Razor Ramen's going to be at Heroes Con. No. This is my daughter. Kelly, that's hilarious.
Oh, my God.
Had you ever seen that before, Kel?
Oh. Oh, my goodness. If that's the first time you've seen your dad as Wonder Woman.
I feel like she's seen it before, but it still could be traumatizing.
Oh,
Generational nightmare fuel. both, yeah. Sean, you have to see Jess in his Bee Gees open chest velvet looking shirt. All right.
Oh, bring it
I
on.
have.
There's a side of you I don't know, Omnidog.
I was a very young man. I do look like Barry Gibb, sort of. And I also can't remember. I feel like maybe I was 22. You might not recognize me because my hair is very dark colored.
Nice.
As opposed to right now. And there's a lot of hair. Let's see. Okay, here I am. I think my sister took this picture at her house. I think Matt H had that as his profile pic for a while.
That's unbelievable. Hey, there's a sharply dressed, snappy-looking young man.
I don't know why. I never have my shirt open halfway down. I don't know what happened there. Oh, brother.
Love it.
Sean, who's your favorite Robin? Do you have a favorite Robin?
That I love that question. So I really waffle because I love the Dick Grayson time as Robin. But from when I started reading comics, the first Batman comic I ever read, Damian was Robin. And I have enjoyed watching his growth as a character, like I feel like I've been able to be a part of that process because I've read Batman consistently since he was introduced. So my answer is Damian, and I don't know how that plays for people, but he is my Robin.
I don't think anybody else's opinion matters. If he's your favorite Robin, he's your favorite Robin.
Yeah, sure.
I think he's such an interesting character. I really love him in Super Sons, where you see the difference between Jonathan and Damian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I that's a good answer. I think Tim Drake is a very interesting character with his tech knowledge and stuff. But I haven't. I think I need to read more Tim Drake. But Damien's a solid choice, I think. After reviewing that clip, I think we can formally cancel all future cosplay for anybody. I haven't gone and watched the video yet. Well, what's the name of the video? Tell us the name of the video.
He has since updated in the chat, and apparently he is very unhappy with me. And I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did.
Tom King had an Archie special issue. Okay. Best cosplay I ever saw. A young man dressed as Freddie Mercury in Queens, I Want to Break Free. Vacuum cleaner included. I don't know about that. Yeah. Jesus, I left over an hour ago and this is still going on. Yeah, man.
Come on now.
Jess, your Discord has more channels than the comic releases Discord. Really? I have fun in my Discord. It's just not super active. I think people just kind of hang out, show covers of comic books they get, stuff like that. Oh, Tyler's saying, Sean, enjoyed your interview with BJ Kicks on Comics Are Dope and checked out your channel this week. Lots of good stuff. Happy to see you hanging out with Jess. Right on.
Thank you so much, Tyler. Yeah, I was interviewed by BJ Kicks over on Comics Are Dope, and he's one of my favorite people. Really love that guy. He's a great guy, and he had me on, and I was really honored for that because I've been a fan of his channel since well before I knew him. So I appreciate that.
Comics Are Dope. Sean Bartley of the Comic Pals on podcasting, YouTube, and seeing yourself in great stories. That was quick. Well, I don't think I can let the reference to BJ go by. I have the whole clip, but I don't think I'm going to play it. But James was nice enough to clip it for me. It is genuinely funny because as soon BJ said that he was, I don't know, maybe I should just play the clip because it is genuinely funny how hard I laughed when I saw just the words BJ going, "This man talks of unity." And as soon as I saw that, I knew it was going to be some dig. And then the dig I thought was funny, but then I didn't understand it, obviously. And then the next 20 minutes, the chat was trying to explain it to me. And I'm like, what's happening here? So maybe I can play that if you don't mind, because that was really funny. If Masterworks are done, does that mean Marvel can stop remastering the classics and destroying the colors? I think they remaster them to. I thought they were I thought they were truer to the original colors and not destroying the colors. I also don't know because I don't collect them. Claremont and Byrne is Belgian Ellens. Snyder and Capullo is Hayden's Hideout. They're the team that got me into comics. Nice. Yeah. Okay, here we go. You can't leave neither of you. Okay. I will play that, but I don't know that I'm going to. Okay, whatever. Razor Ramen, food, cookies, ice cream is an essential channel. That is my favorite channel on my Discord. Especially the ice cream. O'Neill Adams or Morrison Quietly. Nice. Oh, Brubaker Phillips.
Oh, tough to beat.
Yeah, that is tough to beat. Oh, Marcella with a deep cut. Batman Earth 1, you need to read more Batman. This was about 3 years ago, and I was on with the minister, and we were talking about Batman. Sometimes we talk about Batman on Baturdays, and I said that Batman Earth 1 was one of my all-time favorite Batman stories, and the comment that appeared was, Batman Earth 1 is one of your favorites? You need to read more Batman. And I'm like, dude, I've been reading Batman for 60 years. I've read it all.
There you go.
Yeah. So good memory, Marcelo. Uh-oh. Sean, I listened to Harvey talks in all caps all the time. I listened to the first few minutes of said video, and I'm very disappointed to see you fall into the same trap as everyone else. What the hell is the name of the video?
What trap? What did I do? I very rarely go the way people think most people will go. So I highly doubt that what you're saying is accurate.
Vanessa cracking up with my daughter, and my daughter says, yes, I had seen it, and it haunts me.
Hey, listen, your dad makes a very pretty woman. That's okay. That's good.
And I was into it. Oh, whoops, sorry, Kel. I didn't mean to say that in front of you. Kelly, cover your eyes. I still don't believe that. You just, what? He still had some of the makeup on when I went over that day, and I had no idea what was going on.
Oh my goodness.
What I don't know if we can stop the show until we get what Harvey is yelling at you about. What are you yelling at Sean about?
I need to know.
Yeah. Are you a fan of New Mutants, and do you have a favorite New Mutant?
That's interesting, because when I started reading comics, I believe the title was New Mutants. It was Yost. It was Yost, and it was Craig. Was it Craig Kyle and Christopher Yost? I believe.
Oh, okay.
And if that counts as New Mutants, because I think it was that was New X-Men. Excuse me, that was New X-Men. It wasn't called New Mutants. It was New X-Men. My favorite from that is Surge. But as far as the core New Mutant group, I don't know if I really have a favorite, because that's not really my era with the X-Men.
I think everybody knows that it would be Magic for me. I even liked the New Mutants movie. That was my
watch that.
I thought it was good. I didn't. I mean, I'm not saying it's the best movie ever, but Anya Taylor-Joy played Magic, and she did a great job. And I thought it was decent. I don't know why. I don't know. I had fun with it.
I would say Magic or Sunspot, right? Is he from that era?
I think so, yeah.
I like Sunspot.
Yeah, I don't know that he's in the movie. It's based on the Demon Bear saga, and that's like Sam and Magic. I have the action figures on display in the other room. Let's see. Magic and I can't think of the other. Mirage?
No.
Was that no, I'm just wondering if that was part of the Demon Bear saga.
Oh. Wolfsbane?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Great answers on the writer-artist question, guys. My favorite writer-artist team, Hama and Silvestri on Wolverine.
That's good
I
stuff.
I will say that this is recency bias, but I sure love Mark Waid and Dan Mora on World's Finest. Dan Mora is becoming one of my favorite artists.
When we interviewed Mark Waid on my channel, one of the questions that we asked him was like, "Do you have Dan Mora chained up somewhere? Like, do you like he won't let this man go?" Dan Mora works all the time, and he works almost exclusively with Mark Waid, which I love. I'm not complaining, but like,
Yeah.
can he get out for some sun? Can he get out there and have a glass of water?
Touch
His
grass.
family, yeah.
And he's incredibly prolific. He does so many things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tim Drake is my favorite Robin. I love the Red Robin solo series by Chris Yost. That needs to be an omnibus. I will not settle for DC Finest. That should be an Omni. Those books are way out of print and have been out of print for way too long. I like Damien too.
There we go. There's two of us.
Well, I like him too.
Three of us.
I need an omnibus for Red Robin. I see. Sean, do you like Kim Cattrall? You know Kim Cattrall?
So I have very little to say about New Mutants. I have a lot to say about Kim Cattrall. I love Kim Cattrall. I grew up watching Sex and the City. Samantha was probably my favorite character on the show because she's sultry and sexy, but there's also the fierceness that she has. And weird as it sounds, like I feel like I learned a lot about the kinds of things that women think about, different kinds of women through that show. And Kim Cattrall, her fierceness and her loyalty to her friends, but also her freedom within herself, was why I loved her so much.
Wow, I did not expect that.
I'm a man of multitudes.
You are. I think Yarnit is asking for me to play this clip, which I will play. It's 43 seconds of Kim Cattrall scat singing.
Oh, okay.
Max Appleman is the one that turned me on to this. Here we go.
I read poetry and sonnets, and he plays the upright bass.
Yamakipiebo, Cedere facebo, in dog Latin, he quoth, Uge, Sophis, hooray! Well, he bit all the he-dogs and winked at all the she-dogs. The town never knew such a hullabaloo as that little dog raised till the end of that day.
We just have a good rhythm together, you know. He sort of feels me out, I feel him out, and we go for it.
Now, what do you think?
Listen, I did not expect that. That was not the version of Kim Cattrall that I know. That wasn't my Kim Cattrall.
Hashtag not my Kim Cattrall. What was that for? That was 7 minutes ago.
That was for your cosplay experience there.
Oh, still?
Yeah.
Sean, do you like either Tim or Damien for me? But I wish we could get more Batman and Robin stories. Batman needs a Robin is just said but rarely practiced. I don't disagree with that. I likes that. I like that. I want to like Tim, but he gripes my cookies. He knows way too much, like a know-it-all.
Gripes your cookies.
Yeah. I don't know if he's saying. I say that a lot, so I wonder if he says it a lot, or if or if he's imitating me.
You inspire.
I almost
me.
missed Baturdays in the BatCave. I'm happy I caught the tail end of it. Nice to meet you, Sean. I love when Jess has guests on that I haven't seen yet.
Nice to meet you, Vanessa. Thank you for being so welcoming.
She is a huge Batman fan. Her nickname is Batnessa.
Well, then what's the best Batman story, Batnessa? I want to hear.
Oh yeah, what's your favorite Batman story? Scott Green joining late. This is a super team up.
Hey, Scott.
That means you are definitely coming back regularly. Anybody that says we're a super team up, we have to make it a regular thing.
I'm game.
Excellent.
I love it.
Just they make the colors oversaturated and garish to make them pop for modern readers on glossy paper. And Marcelo says the remasterings are true to the original colors, but the paper doesn't reflect the original result. Oh, it's super bright because it used to be printed on that comic booky paper, and now they're doing it on glossy. Okay, I get what you're saying. Oh, Jesus Wept is about Harvey.
Oh, okay.
She just texted me that she's had it with Harvey.
What?
Oh, is it the indie comics thing, Harvey? Oh, come on.
What are my...
I can almost guarantee, yeah, Razor's right. My guess is Harvey is upset that Sean referred to Image or something similar as indie comics. Harvey loves super indie comics that they're practically self-published. They are self-published. And so anytime anybody calls Image indie, he flips his lid, and that's ridiculous. This is Tedward. This is actually a really good book. Ooh, the signed book plate.
Hey.
This is from Fantagraphics, but this is one of the books that Harvey hipped me to. And this is what he considers indie. That is exactly what Jesus Wept is about.
Well, Harvey actually left a comment on my channel.
Oh.
And he said, it was actually a negative comment. That sucks. He
Harvey.
said, so it's a video, are Mark Millar and other superstars really indie comics creators? And in the video, we were kind of parsing out what it means to be an indie creator and whether creators like Mark Millar really count under that. And so Harvey said, I wish people would stop making videos on this where they justify being wrong, but just preferring to use a catchier term despite what the reality is.
Okay. What? So that's, he's commenting on your calling it indie then?
He's saying that he doesn't like the fact that we use the phrase indie as a catch-all for non-big two material, even though it doesn't apply in his mind, and that we know it doesn't apply, we just use it because it's easier.
Well, that is a one-man campaign versus the rest of the world. Just, I mean, good job picking up on that, Razor. Yeah. I always hesitate before throwing a comment with a deep cut like that, fearing it could be misinterpreted and get me on a timeout. No, it's perfect. Lou is the much more disturbing portion of that video. He had 3 hours of makeup done. That all took 3 hours from a woman that does drag queen makeup. So that's why it's disturbing, because I guess it is disturbing. We both look disturbing. Yeah. Has New Mutants Volume 3 come out yet? I feel like it did. And I didn't get it because it double dips a lot with some X-Men stuff. Danny Moonstar and Magic. Yeah. That was that movie's worth watching. I haven't seen what was the most recent X-Men movie that went straight to streaming? It's got the woman from now I can't even think of the TV show. Sophie, somebody with red hair.
Turner.
Sophie Turner.
You're talking about Dark Phoenix.
Oh, Dark Phoenix. Yeah. Have you seen that?
Yes, I have.
That doesn't sound like a good yes, I have.
So Jean Grey's my favorite character. I love the Phoenix to death. That movie is not good, but I enjoyed it because I am a sucker for X-Men. And so even though I can recognize it's not good, it's got just enough that it does right. I kind of enjoy it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to watch it. Because I'm like you. I like X-Men movies. I'm famous. Omar will never let me forget that I liked X-Men Last Stand.
Dude, me too.
You did too?
Yes, because it has some of the best scenes we have ever gotten from all those X-Men movies. The way it opens with Angel as a young man cutting the wings off his back, that's horrifying.
And all the feathers in the bathroom, yeah, and he's all bloody and stuff.
That's an incredible scene. I think that a lot of the other X-Men movies tried and failed to nail a scene that better encapsulates the way it feels to be a young mutant.
Wow. I can't wait to be on an Evergreen panel with you again so we can both speak up in solidarity on Last Stand.
Let's do it.
Awesome. He he always talks that way. Always in caps. All caps. I like Danny, best of the X-Babies. My favorite writer-artist combo, 70s Kirby.
Love it.
Oh, Harvey approves of that. Here comes the scat video. Right, you were right.
That scared me. I didn't know what we were in for.
I know. I've never heard. See, the guy is eloquent, right? Such an eloquent comment about Sex in the City. Yeah. I was almost afraid to show the clip because the show meant so much to him, but I had to show it.
It really did mean a lot to me.
Good. I cannot pronounce this name. I apologize, Belgian Ellen. Have you ever asked Mark Waid about working with Mink Oosterveer?
Sounds like you're in the ballpark.
She's asking you that. I've only talked to Mark Waid once.
I didn't. I don't know who Oosterveer is, and we only had 30 minutes with Mark, so I had to slice and dice and make sure I got my stuff in, you know?
Yeah. I love Bendis Gatos on Alias and Bendis Malev on Scarlet. Oh, Scarlet. Now, wait a minute. I can pull that. Yoink.
Oh, let's see it. That's nice.
Yeah. This is good.
I love that book.
I do too. I haven't read it in a long time. I should reread it. It would probably be a brand new experience.
Do you do like book club?
I'm sorry?
Do you do book clubs or anything like that on the channel?
I do. I haven't done it in a while, but I just got kind of a Larry from Larry's Library usually did it with me, but he's been having a lot of technical problems with his equipment. So we're going to do a test video tomorrow and see if his equipment's working. And then the next book club was going to be Fear Agent. Yeah, that's Fear Agent was going to be the next one. We haven't done one in a long time. Is there a book that you would be interested in Omnidog's book club covering?
Well, Fear Agent sounds super exciting. Rick Remender is probably my favorite writer right now. And so I always love everything that he does. I was asking because I love the way you just pulled that out, and it made me think oh my goodness, you could do these book clubs that would be so thrilling because you can show the best version of the book while we discuss the book. And I'll put my hat in the ring. If you relaunch your book club, please reach out. I would love to take part as one of the, if you're going to do it multiple panelists, I would love to be involved.
Ooh, multiple panelists. I like that idea a lot. Let me run it by Larry because I don't want to, step on any toes or anything. But I like that idea. Yeah, I do like that idea. I do have Fear Agent right over there. I could pull it, but I also love Remender.
Yeah.
There's only like 1 or 2 out of his whole catalog that I didn't vibe with, but his hits are way above his misses with me.
Which ones didn't vibe with you?
I think I felt like The Last Days of American Crime was a really cool concept. But I don't feel like it was executed as well as I think he could have done it. I thought it was a really cool concept. I can't remember now. The Minister and I reviewed that book, and we're both avowed Remender fans. But yeah, that one I just didn't hit with me. What you've read that book?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It's not at the top of my Remender list. For me, that goes to low.
Oh, yeah.
Low is my absolute favorite, and then honestly, Uncanny X-Force.
Oh yeah, that was one of the first X-Men books I ever read.
Oh, really?
It went new X. I went into this is when I started reading collected editions. I went to my LCS, which is in Annapolis, which is an hour away, Third Eye Comics, and I said, I got so many Omnis when I first started. I said, I need to catch up on Marvel. What are some of the best Marvel books? And I walked out of there with New X-Men, Astonishing X-Men, and Uncanny X-Force.
Nice.
And then later on, I got, I went back in a week, and I got Ultimates, the Ultimates, which I loved, and Iron Fist by Fraction and Brubaker. And I feel like there was another one, but they knew what books to give me. All of those were just so great. Yeah. And Uncanny X-Force just gets better the more I learn about X-Men.
Yeah.
Because at first I didn't know who Apocalypse was and why Kid Apocalypse was a problem, whether to off him or not. And but then once I got to know, then I realized why it was so such a hard choice. Bendis and Bagley, Ultimate Spider-Man. Kim Cattrall scatting is to music as Lou is to cosplay. Now, I think that's kind of an insult. Lou went, he went for it, just like Kim Cattrall says, and we go for it.
He did go for it.
They do go for it. It's not satire, Batnessa. He's playing the upright bass. That doesn't. They're quite serious, is what's interesting about that video. She's very serious. And anytime I get Bunk on the channel, Bunkmaster B, he always talks about the he dogs and she dogs. It's his favorite part. Cattrall and her husband, my favorite creative duo. Yeah.
What comic did they put out?
Yes, I'm Batnessa. Favorite Batman story? Don't do this to me. I have a lot of favorites. Yesterday on the show on Omni Bros, you made me swear that I would watch 2 movies by the end of the summer. And let's see what those were, because I've already forgotten. Lisa Frankenstein and Jennifer's Body. If I can watch those 2, which I will because of you, Batnessa, you can tell us your favorite Batman story. Or your top 2 or something.
Jennifer's Body, cult classic.
Yeah. And they're her 2 favorite movies of all time.
It's pretty good. I liked it.
New Gotham is probably my favorite Batman. It's a lost cause. Come on. Oh, you're getting serious. He gets serious when he types in regular small caps or whatever that's called now. All caps, regular.
Harvey, I thought we were friends. What happened, man?
Oh, Dana, how's it going? Hi, Sean, Justin, Sean. Did either of you get DC Universe by Steve Ditko? I'm getting it now. I got talked into it. I'm wondering what kind of paper stock they used. I love the uncoated matte paper in the Ditko Omnis from 2011. Sean did a great sales job on me about Canceled Comics Cavalcade, and I am going to order that book as soon as we get off the air. I must have this piece of DC history I know nothing about.
I think you'll like it.
Oh, I think it sounds fantastic. This is just a flat out lie. Jess isn't a fan of Steve Ditko. Danny, he prefers the Michael Bay Transformer movies to anything Ditko has ever done. First of all, I have never seen a Transformers movie in my life, and you know that, Razor Ramen. How dare you? I gave the crappy pop soundtrack from one of those Transformer movies to Omar. Thank you guys so much for the stream. Thanks for being here, Matt. Wishing you guys a great rest of your weekend. Same to you. And say hello to your comic-loving wife, which is incredible, and your comic-loving son, which is also incredible. But I'm going to. Soon you will have to change your name because I'm getting that omnibus, and I'm going to screen cap this and show everybody. Ooh, Malevin's going to be at Heroes Con, and Chris is going to be at Heroes Con.
That's cool.
Yeah, no, you're right. I don't like potty humors, so it wasn't going to be that kind of scat.
We're also live on YouTube, so
yeah. Did you read Masterpiece by Bendis? It's quite good. I haven't. Have you read that?
Yeah, I love Bendis. Bendis is he has a special place in my heart. As a writer, he got me into comics pretty much because the first 2 books I really read were New Avengers and Ultimate Spider-Man.
Good books to start with.
Yeah, no kidding. I got lucky. But Masterpiece, I just couldn't get invested. I love Bendis, and I never, ever, ever like to denigrate the greats. I think that the ones who built this industry should always be celebrated. I hate it when people speak badly about, those creators. So I don't like to talk about books by them if I don't like them. Masterpiece just didn't work for me, unfortunately.
Can you describe it? I haven't. It hasn't been released, I don't think, in collected edition, so I wouldn't know about it.
Yeah, so if I'm remembering correctly, Masterpiece was the book where these 2 master thieves, basically, they have a child, and they end up dying, and they owed someone a last heist, the last score, and so that person goes to their daughter, to try and make them do this last score. She's incredibly intelligent. She's the daughter of these two brilliant people, so she herself is brilliant, cunning, wise, and everything else. But she doesn't know about her family lineage and anything like that. So the story is about, will she accept this? Will she not accept it? Learning more about her family and through that, learning more about herself. I like the premise a lot.
Yeah.
The execution just left something to be desired for me.
Have you read Pearl?
I have not.
I really like that book. I think you might like it. It's Bendis and the artist on Alias that was it Gatos?
Yeah, Gatos. Yep.
Yeah, I think it's really good. The first two, there's two trades that tells the first story, and then there's a third trade that ends on a cliffhanger, so I can't judge the second half of the story yet. But I really like the two trades. It tells a very interesting story, I think, about an albino tattoo artist who finds out that her mother is the head of the American Yakuza. And when her mother dies, Pearl inherits the mantle of it, and it's her way of finding out about it. Her mother's passed, and it turns out she has the natural abilities to be a good assassin. And she also has a tattoo. She's albino, so she has a tattoo all over her that only shows up when she's getting super emotional. And that plays into it. And it's sort of a mystery crime thriller. And yeah, I really liked it.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah,
Good
actually,
pitch.
I can pull that and show you the art. It's right here.
This is my favorite part of the show. By the way, while he's grabbing the book, everybody hit the like button. If you guys are enjoying the show so far, if you want to support Jess and the channel, please hit the like button. It's a small thing to do, but it helps out a lot.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Here's some. Let me highlight myself so you can see the art a little bit better.
I like the colors.
Pearl Tanaka is an outsider among outsiders, a Japanese American with albinism. She was born into a world ruled by the American Yakuza. Now she uses her unequaled skills as a tattoo artist to make a living in San Francisco, and all that she owes to the Yakuza is the occasional kickback from her shop. That all changes the day she meets Rick and saves his life. Rick is another tattoo artist who's run afoul of a different Yakuza clan. By interfering with their hit on him, Pearl risks drawing her patron into deadly gang war. Worse, Pearl has revealed to her Yakuza bosses one of her deepest secrets. She has a talent for killing. Now, to pay off her debt, she must become an assassin for her Yakuza clan. But Pearl Tanaka's secrets run more than skin deep.
I love that. That sounds awesome.
Oh yeah, it's really good.
Look at that art. Come on.
Yeah. She eventually goes to Japan, and things happen. The paneling's really cool too.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Michael Gatos was great in on Alias, so I would expect the same level of quality. It looked really good.
Yeah, they work well together. Okay, so Marcelo did like it, and it just didn't vibe with you. Mink Oosterveer is a Dutch comic artist who drew The Unknown, written by Mark Waid. Oosterveer sadly died in an accident in 2011. I bet I might be able to pull The Unknown. Where is that? I may not be able to. to. I do have it.
If you pull that out of your pile there, as obscure as like that is so, that would be so remarkable.
Oh gosh, now you're now I gotta do it. Oh,
Get out of here. There's no way. Wow. This man.
let's see some of this art that Belgian Ellen is talking about. Let's see, volume 1. Okay, well, I'll read you the back of it. Mark Wade and this gentleman, Osterveer. Revered as the smartest person alive, Catherine Allingham is the world's most famous private investigator. Stricken with a brain tumor and given 6 months to live, Kat copes the only way she can by solving the greatest mystery of all. What happens to us after we die? Join Kat and her hard-headed ex-bar bouncer assistant James as they jump neck-deep into the world of mystery and the macabre.
Oh, that sounds interesting. Doesn't sound like that's Mark Wade's street, so that's very compelling.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, this is so old it's got a blurb by Ain't It Cool News. That is like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Ain't It Cool News? That's funny. So there, you dared me to pull it.
Love it. Excellent.
Yeah. Cliff, you're still going. You were a machine, my man. Look who's talking, LOL. Comic Pals, this is for you. Jess and Alon did a stream about hard traveling heroes and their passion for the book, and seeing that beautiful artwork convinced me to buy the book. It's one of my favorites now. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that.
Can I respond to that? Because
Please do.
I genuinely believe, and I know you believe it, and I know certain other YouTubers believe it, that when we're talking about comics, our job is really to tell you guys about what we love and why you should give it a chance. You know, why would you come on YouTube and encourage people not to read and buy comics, you know, or just show off so much of a comic that it's sort of like you've given the whole story away on YouTube for free? We're giving back to the industry in a lot of ways by doing this and putting people onto books that they might not otherwise give a chance to, and hopefully making a lifelong fan, which is always what I'm trying to do when I'm reviewing comics. And I can tell just from being around you, Jess, on the channel that you're doing the same thing.
Well, thanks. Yeah. I don't mean to sound ignorant or naive, but are there a lot of channels that do nothing but bash comics?
Endless. There is a sea of channels that seem to, their only agenda is to denigrate the current industry and talk about either how good it was back in the day, or, hey, the current comics industry sucks, but buy my comic. Essentially grifters. People who are trying to use your anger and your rage and your anger about identity politics, or there being too many women or black people in comics. Take all those feelings you have, use them to get you to buy something that they're doing instead. I have heard from so many people who will start their YouTube journey for comics on one of those channels, see that stuff, and then find us or find Near Mint or, you know, whoever, and say, wow, I thought this was all there was on YouTube.
Wow. I am blissfully unaware. I'm not very social media savvy, so I don't watch anything really on YouTube, but except for some comic stuff. But I'm surprised at that. Why would you put your energy into something negative? I want to do exactly what you said. Yeah, I want to find a book that I love so much that I want somebody else to enjoy it too. Especially Hard Traveling Heroes. That book genuinely changed my life. The Green Lantern, Green Arrow 76 through 90. When I was 11 years old, that genuinely changed my life as an 11-year-old.
Wow.
So yeah, I have a deep fondness for that book. Yeah, I forgot that Alon and I did that. Yeah, have you read? I forget. I said this is the one that made me like Tim Sale. Have you read this?
I did, and you know what? I have a complicated relationship with Superman, I have to say, because Superman never felt like a superhero for me. And I think a lot of that has to do with the presentation of the character as standing for, truth, justice, and the American way. That American way piece. I'm American. I love the fact that I am, but for some reason, that part always felt alienating to me. It felt like it was speaking to a person that wasn't me and didn't have my lived experience.
Okay.
And so I struggled to connect with Superman really up until the Philip Kennedy Johnson Warworld stuff, where I got to see him as a freedom fighter, a fighter for all people, somebody that cares about all people, and that it doesn't matter if you're American, it doesn't even matter if you're from Earth. If you're a being with sentience that can feel, then you deserve protection if that's what you need, and he will stand in front of a bullet for anybody, and that I can get behind.
Wow. Okay. That is that's pretty impressive what you just said. Yeah. I get everything you just said, and I can understand. I totally understand that American way part. Peter, the writing in For All Seasons is great. Tim Sale's artwork, I think for the most part is beloved by people. I had a harder time with it, but this is the book, The Absolute, is what made me really love Tim Sale's artwork. And it's a very down-to-earth Clark Kent having an identity crisis, kind of doubts about himself, needing to go home to Smallville to be with his parents because he's feeling inadequate in a certain part of the story. And I think it's worth a blind buy. For an absolute though, that the reason is people buy absolutes is they want the art blown up big. So you'll have to make sure you like Tim Sale's art. Otherwise, you can get it in deluxe form and be fine with it. But if you want Tim Sale's artwork blown up, then it's worth it for you. No. No, that's sweet that you thought that, Razor. Lisa Frankenstein and Jennifer's Body. Yes, Jennifer's Body and Lisa Frankenstein. Right. So where's your Batman choice? Yamakipayebo by Levison and Cattrall is my favorite comic. Yamakipayebo. Okay, if I have to narrow it down, I would say The Long Halloween. I also love Court of Owls and Batwoman's comics too. It's hard to narrow it down. We accept that answer. Long Halloween, good choice. I love Batwoman's comic. I love Tynion's Detective Comics because that's such a great Batwoman comic. I need to reread that.
I haven't read that in so long.
Ooh, maybe that can be our second book club after Fear Agent.
I love it.
I'm going to talk Larry into this because I really like the sound of that. What? Sean's background looks like a home invasion movie set. Drew Barrymore is making some popcorn in there.
The moments before the intruders come into the home with their guns raised, you know, someone's playing on the piano, someone's podcasting like I am right now.
A little late on this, but the 2025 Absolute New Frontier seems to have, more in it than previous printings, with 17 more pages of bonus material. Am I going to be triple dipping on this? Thank you for that, Johnny. Thank you for actually letting me know. Tyler, regarding not speaking negatively about creators, things, respect. One of the things that I love about Jess. Oh, thank you. Focuses on what he loves, doesn't spend a lot of time on anything else, especially if it's a story that hasn't finished yet. Oh, thank you for that, Tyler. I appreciate that. It sounds like Sean and I are a unfortunately small part of that part of YouTube.
It is a sad truth, and so that's why I beat that drum so hard. And you know, it's not about never saying anything that, you know, is negative or never talking about what you don't like. It's about leading with love. Like, if you don't love comics to your bones, why are you talking about them? You know, like, go talk about something else.
Yeah, and I if I don't like a particular book at this point, it's just not for me. But it could be for somebody else. Like, you didn't vibe with Masterpiece, but Marcelo did. So I would rather celebrate what he liked and respect the fact that it just didn't vibe for you. And there's gonna be, I respect, as long any opinion is valid on comics on my channel, as long as there's respect and no hate in it.
Exactly.
I mean, we can have a difference of opinion without flipping out.
Right on.
Ooh, Chris, yay! Pearl is great. Chris has, not because he agrees with me, but he's very particular about what he likes, and that is what I picked up on. And he reads a lot. He may read the most of anybody that I've ever heard of. And so that's a good sign that he likes Pearl. And Yarna says, you're always great on Evergreens, Sean.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I enjoy them a lot.
I saw that with you, Sean, in some of your videos. Oh, and you thanked them both. That's cool. Very cool. Librarian of Comic Congress. I love being in this room now because I can actually pull the books. Michael Gaidos is also great on the adaptions of some of the Jonathan Kellerman novels. Jess, I meant to tell you. Oh, I read Hard Bargain a couple months ago. It was an interesting blend of genres and a cool story. Nice, Dana. That's good. I did a video on it. It's set in 1940, and it is a private investigator set in 1940s Los Angeles. He's like an occult detective. It's one of those Kickstarters I forgot about, and it just showed up, and I'm like, oh yeah, this was like 3 years ago, and I really had fun with it. I really liked it. I love anything occult, and I love crime, so the fact that it dealt with all different kinds of occult things with his trying to solve the mystery was really good. I was worried when Dana said it was an interesting blend of genres. Interesting can be a bad thing, but then it's a cool story. So I was like, oh, okay. Interesting meaning very interesting.
I like the sound of that.
Yeah. Favorite Batman stories besides the obvious ones like Long Halloween and Year One? I'd like to recommend some modern stuff like Batman's Grave, Batman Joker Deadly Duo, One Dark Knight, Killing Time. I think I have Deadly Duo. I have not read it. It's in my not read stack there. One Dark Knight. I have Killing Time. Batman's Grave I've read. One Dark Knight. Is that the
One Dark Knight is the
Dark Knight? Is it Dark Knight by Paul Dini?
No, it's by Jock. It's him by himself as the writer artist, and I think like the power goes out or there's some kind of issue, and it's one night in Batman's life, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. So Dai La Gojira. I've heard good things about Batman Joker Deadly Duo. That's by Mark Silvestri.
Yeah.
It sounds like you liked it.
I mean, I always love Mark Silvestri's art, so I was a big fan of that portion of it. But the story, I'm kind of done with the Batman Joker. Not done, but like, I've reached a point where I'm not interested in people's thoughts about those two characters and how important they are to each other. I don't think that's that interesting, so I just need a bit of a break from them together. But
Yeah.
the art in that was stellar.
Yeah, I'm super over the Joker. Poofa. Come on. I don't know who's going to be the villain in the next Batman movie, but I definitely don't want it to be Joker. I mean, Mr. Freeze or the ventriloquist, or I would love to see the ventriloquist, something like that.
Oh my god, I would lose my mind if they did the ventriloquist.
Wouldn't it be great?
Yes, so you won't get to this for a little while, but there's a book called Dark Patterns, Batman Dark Patterns now.
Oh, yeah.
It's Hayden Sherman, Dan Waters, and they just did a ventriloquist / Scarface focused arc, and it might be the best Scarface story ever.
Oh, that sounds so great. Dan Waters is one of my new favorite writers. I say new because he's new to me, but I don't. Has he been around a while writing great stuff? Because everything I read by him, I really like.
It's always one of those things where it's like 10 year overnight success. And
Okay.
So Dan Waters exploded onto the scene very recently. His collaboration with Ram V was excellent.
Yeah.
The One Hand, Six Fingers. That was really cool.
Great.
He did a book called, what was it called? Seasons for All Seasons. Something about the seasons. And it was a book about a photographer who could see these massive creatures that sort of represented the changing seasons, and his life obsession was to take pictures of those creatures. And so it's almost like, it reminds me of like tornado hunters, people who like chase tornadoes. It's kind of got that feeling to it, and it's a very interesting book about getting older, going through the seasons of your own life and things like that. So very poignant book. Dan Waters has not missed yet.
Wow. Yeah. I loved One Hand and Six Fingers. I thought that was great.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Hard Bargain? Because if you are, Batnessa, that is a book you would totally dig. It's available in paperback now. Favorite Batman stories: The Dark Knight Returns and the Steve Englehart Marshall Rogers run. That's one that Harvey Picar's Ghost just bangs the drum on, and rightly so. But that, I don't think it's all been properly collected. I think I have some in my Marshall Rogers Tales of the Batman or Dark Knight Tales something, but I don't think I have like the whole run. So that's that. I agree with Lars. That needs to be reprinted. And Tyler's saying countless on, I believe, the number of shows not like ours.
Yeah.
Favorite Batman story: The Laughing Fish. Is that the one where the Joker has the fish guns? I think I can pull that one.
I was recently challenged to read that for the very first time, and it was really good. It was excellent.
Yeah. Oh, my daughter's still here. Negativity sells. Okay. Yeah. Brian, why would you put energy into something negative? Welcome to most of the internet. I guess so. Yeah, most people, there's power and positivity. Yeah, I have heard the Omni Bros and always talking about how negativity is the thing that sells, and hate sells.
Sadly.
Yeah. I watch a ton of YouTube. I'm fortunate my algo and my feed has always been positive. Nothing nasty ever shows up for me. Well, maybe that's why I never see it. I usually get like Don Rickles clips and New York Mets clips. That's about what I get.
You a Mets fan?
I am, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Are you a Yankees fan or a Mets fan?
I'm not really a baseball guy.
Okay.
I'm a basketball fan, but I'm not a Knicks fan. I am a Lakers fan and a Pacers fan. So I am the most hateable. I get a lot of crap for my taste in basketball teams. Hey.
The Pacers, wow. They're incredible.
Yeah.
Let's see. I just want to make sure. Yeah. Thumbnail has some hate clickbait, I just skip it. Or if I start to listen, it's nothing but how much they hate the state of XYZ, I'm out. I had a book come out this week and listen to. Wait. Listen to. Wait, did you finish that? Oh, I had a book come out this week and listen to. I didn't see the rest of what you were saying. There's Munin. What's up? Good to see you. My favorite Batman book is Dark Patterns. Going to be a really solid collected read. I'm glad you're still here, Carl. Here's my review. Omnidog's Vault, Hard Bargain. A supernatural crime thriller. Really dug that book. Wait. What? Nightfall? Did I say that? I don't think I said that.
Just trying to get you.
And let's see. Sean's explanation of why he does what he does on his channel is exactly why I love his channel. 100%. We don't always agree, but his takes are always well thought out. He could sell an AC unit to an Eskimo. He is very eloquent. Yes, I agree.
Thank you so much, Phenomenal AC. I really appreciate you.
I mostly only follow other witches on YouTube and book and comic book YouTubers and music and gaming stuff. My algos have been mostly positive. Love Tim Sale. First came across him in Thieves World graphic novel series, and then his 3-issue series Blades and Legend of the Dark Knight, written by James Robinson. That's awesome, Vanessa. I don't look for it, but stuff I watch always does have some negative recommendations. Boy, I don't see that. Okay, and Belgian Ellen is having a chat with Batnessa about witch stuff. Nice.
Witch stuff.
Yeah, Batnessa's a witch, and
oh, I love that.
Yeah, she's the real thing.
Nice. Put a spell on me, but not a bad one. Like put a spell on me, wishing for my mental health.
Looking at the VFC Evergreen data, Sean has been on 4 streams versus Omnidog's 10. Sean has an average of 1.75 versus Omnidog 1.8. I don't have. I didn't know that. Wow, you really crashed the data on this or something. The next time Sean on an Evergreen, he might beat Omnidog's average. 1.8. That sounds better than I thought. I usually feel like I'm always 0 for 3.
It's tough.
Batman Dark Patterns is the Batman series right now. Wow. And Carl agrees. Hayden, favorite Batman books: Court of Owls, City of Owls, Long Halloween, Batman the Man Who Laughs, Jim Gordon, Jim Gordon, Batman New 52, Detective Comics, Batman Earth 1, Batman Dark Wow, I'm hearing a lot of Dark Patterns.
It's that good.
Ooh. I haven't. That sounds like my kind of comic. I haven't read them yet at Ellen. I've only been into comics. Wait, what? Oh, they're talking to each other. Okay. Jim Balance, Tarot, Witch of the Black Rose. Those are wildly out of print, I think. I've only been into comics since last October last year, just as one of the people that introduced me to comics. Yay!
There you go. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah. I picked up DC Black Label Full Moon. Oh, that's the werewolf book? Disappointed that it's a standard hardcover. I've made my peace with standard hardcovers. Do you have to go? Am I holding you too long?
I can go till 8.
Okay. Dark Patterns has been fun so far. Wow. I love that it's a younger Batman who isn't perfect and doesn't have an answer or plan for everything. This is Dark Patterns.
Yeah, it's sort of like a year 2-ish time frame, so still very young Batman.
Okay. The Seasons Have Teeth by Dan Waters. I wonder if I know right where I can look, but I don't know that I feel like
I would be blown away if you pulled out a copy of that.
I don't know. It sounds familiar, but I don't know that I actually have it. Oh, I have Knights. Season 1. That's what it was. Season 1, Season 2.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's by... Okay, yeah. No, I don't. But it sounds like I need to. Is that... The Seasons Have Teeth. Okay, so is that... does that have a collected edition, Dana?
Gotta figure by now it would. It's been a couple of years.
Oh, okay. I better write this down because okay, Seasons Have Teeth. Wait, what am I writing on? Okay, my dog mask. Seasons Have Teeth. I'll get that with the Steve Ditko omnibus, since I'm the Steve Ditko expert now. I didn't want to go down that long discussion. I'll say that I enjoyed Sean's stance on it. LOL. Okay, that's fair. I get it. Yes, she is the real deal. She's a Salem witch, studying and practicing witchcraft and the occult my entire adult life.
See,
yeah.
I have an interview brain, so I read that and I want to ask you, Vanessa, 50 million questions. How does a person, get into that? How do you stumble upon that? What does it mean to practice and study the occult? How does that enrich and change your life? Just so many questions. That's fascinating.
Yeah, it really is.
Wow. Rock on.
Yeah. Sean and Jess, did you guys vote in the DC poll? And what was each of your number one picks?
I have not, actually. I need to.
Phenomenal. I'm going to make a video tomorrow and post it Monday, and you'll see what my number one pick is there. I don't want to give it away for free here. I'll give it away free on Monday. And this is, thank you, James, for putting that up. It ends June 11th. Okay, so we still have four days. Sean, are you reading Power Fantasy?
Oh, yeah. Kieran Gillen, Casper Wingard. This is a phenomenal book. I love to see creators do their big two stuff and then go away and do something insane outside the big two. So Kieran Gillen is obviously coming off Immortal X-Men and all the X-Men stuff that he did. And now Power Fantasy is sort of like, what if superheroes existed, people with powers, in the real world, but their powers were so incredible and so over the top that if they were to fight, if they were to have conflict, it could result in the end of the world, sort of like nuclear power and nuclear deterrence.
Oh, wow.
And so the book is very much existing in that tension space of we can have disagreements, but we can never, ever go to war. We can never, ever let our disagreements get that bad because it could result in the end of everything. It's very compelling.
And how many issues are out about that one?
Issue 9 I had just dropped, actually.
Oh, so that should be coming out in something. Wait, it's Kieran Gillen? I wonder if that gets... And who's putting that out?
That is, I'm pretty confident it's Image, and the trade of that just released 2 months ago.
Maybe... I'm probably just going to go ahead and get it. I always say I'm going to wait for the deluxe, and I never do it. I just buy it.
It's good. It's very good.
Two of my favorite Batman stories are Court of Owls and Death in the Family. There's so much great Batman to choose from. 100%, bruh. You got that right. Phenomenal. Oh, I've enjoyed Dark Patterns so much, I bought an original art page from the series. Sherman is doing some wonderful work there. That's Hayden Sherman?
Yes, indeed.
I had Carl on, I feel like maybe a month ago, and he is a multifaceted collector, but we talked mostly about his original art collecting with Bunk, who also collects original art. Wow, an original art page from Hayden Sherman.
And I gotta say, now is a great time to do that because Hayden Starr is on the rise. I mean, they have 3 ongoings right now, somehow. And they are doing work that is going to keep them busy for the next decade to come. And that price for original artwork is only going to rise.
Wow. That's exciting. James,
I'm sure I do.
Let's see. Bro, Dark Patterns looks so great. I can't wait for the hardcover. I missed out on the single issues. Is it over with?
No, the 7th, or excuse me, the 3rd arc is about to begin. Actually.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm gonna wait for the probably standard hardcover.
Yeah. Issue 7 is dropping next week, I believe.
It's so it's not one continuous story. There's separate arcs.
So I love the way this is broken down. So it's 4 3-issue arcs. So issues 1 through 3 is one arc, 4 through 6, etc. And they are not really, there's no through line in terms of
Okay.
a story. It's just separate arcs that are dealing with completely separate events.
I like the sound of that. But I haven't heard anything. I've heard nothing but rave reviews here in this chat. This might be my most anticipated book now for next year.
Yeah.
Munin. I've been looking at secondhand books lately and found that South Europe gets really nice hardcover versions of books. Sadly, they are all in their local languages that I do not understand. Munin actually has a very impressive action figure collection, and I created a tattoo channel in my Discord, and we have people showing off their tattoos, and Munin has some amazing tattoos going on.
Nice. Do you have any tattoos?
I do not. I thought about what I would do if I got a tattoo. If I got a tattoo, it would probably be like Superman's S here, and then Batman's bat symbol over here. But then Green Lantern and Flash would get jealous. So then I'd have to get their symbols on my calves. And it led me down a whole thing of like, what about all these other characters? And so, Wonder Woman and Zatanna. That's what I should. Oh, and Harley. I'm not going to get a tattoo. That's ridiculous. Nobody thinks I'm getting a tattoo. I would definitely get one of Harley if I had the guts.
I have none myself.
Okay. Yes, Boom Collected Seasons have teeth 1 through 4. Okay, awesome. Yeah, no, my daughter has a couple, as is, part of growing up now. I don't know if that was not a part of my growing up. I think that like in college, like we were in San Francisco and all looped up, and we thought about, like, there was 5 of us and thought about getting something, and they wouldn't take us because we were too drunk, and then we decided the next day that was probably a good idea, that they turned us away. We were going to have something put on our butt cheeks. That's probably my saying too much.
Not enough.
Here's Jesse Say What. How's it going, buddy? Love your Alfred E. Newman profile pic. Okay, well, good. That means I definitely have to do it now and make sure I release it Monday. Now I'm on the hook. Oh, Cassandra Cain Batgirl was my #1. A lot of Ostrander and Vertigo books from my other picks. Nice, Kryptonic Man. Power Fantasy is my favorite ongoing right now by far. Wow. $9.79K subscribers. Baturdays in the BatCave collecting original comic art with Carl's collection and bunk. That was a good episode. I enjoyed that one. Oh, wait. There's that, or did you mean, was 9.79K a thought and then you mushed them together? Hayden Sherman is the next superstar artist.
Yeah.
Dark Patterns releases June 11th. Let's see. Very much agree with that assessment, Sean, regarding the art prices. Carl is a shrewd collector. Hey, Jess, been watching all of your vids and really enjoying them. Thank you, King Patricio 2099. Appreciate that. Here's my Discord. Comic Pals Discord. Right? Doesn't it make sense that I'd get a Harley tattoo? And I would have to think, I mean, I certainly have enough t-shirts with her on me. I think that, boy, then I got to think about what Harley I would do. I don't think, as much as I always have this background, I don't think I'd go with the traditional Harley. I'd go with something else. I feel like James, did I say that if I hit 10,000 subscribers, that I was going to dye my hair pink and my beard blue or something like Harley Quinn? I forget what I said I would do.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you can tell by the pictures I've shown today and the things I'm willing to do that I don't really care about how I look.
That's the best way to be, honestly. It really is. It's freeing, I would imagine.
I hadn't thought about that. Yeah. Well, I always feel like I don't know if this is right for everybody, but it's important for me to be able to laugh at myself. I really want to lean into that because that is kind of freeing. Is just like I don't care. I am a goofball. I'm a nerd. Yeah. I love my daughter. I love my wife. I love comic books, and I'm a goofball. So, I mean, I lean into that goofball.
I got to get you on my channel because I have so many questions for you. Like, I just want to know everything about your life.
Well, here's part of my life. Yeah, get a Harley tattoo. I want to see Mom's reaction. What is... Well, I think, Munin, you just got the answer. Mom's reaction. I have 4 tattoos, and one of them is Superman symbol. It's a reminder to myself to have hope in every situation. That's great. I love that too. Phenomenal. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Yes, Kelly is a crack up. Oh, but now, I mean, 3 of my 4 tattoos were acquired while inebriated, so I really can't throw shade. But dude, it was like 10 minutes in San Francisco, and we were going to get a bell tattooed on like one of our cheeks.
That's the thing, though. Like, that's a totally normal thing, but no daughter wants to hear that.
I know. Who knew she was watching my show? Yeah, Kelly can tell you stories of what I've admitted to her.
Let's get her on the program. She needs to divulge some secrets.
She was I think when I celebrated 7,000 subscribers maybe 4 years ago, that was like a 5-hour stream, and she was with me the whole time in the chat. She was she was with me the whole time. I have to clip. I think it was dyed both hair different colors like Harley Quinn. Yeah, I think one was pink and one was blue. I've already dyed my hair pink for 9,000, I think. So I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could grow my hair long and get my ponytails done like Harley. You still have time to add a tattoo on the 10,000 goal. Yeah, no, I fortunately, Kelly's in the chat to remind me of why I do not plan on getting one. I am a nerd and proud of being one. You got it. We have the best hobby ever.
Yeah.
We get to read what we collect. Do you get to do that with stamps or coins or anything else? No. We get to read what we collect, and we love it.
There's creativity to it.
Yeah.
Passion.
I know way more than I should. I like to jump in and cause chaos. Yes, you do. Oh, you're getting your Hellboy tattoo next week. I definitely want to see that. What's that going to be of? Like Hellboy head and body? Just a Hellboy head? What will you be getting? I vote for more Kelly on your channel and less of VFC. Kelly is 100% better looking than VFC. VFC looks like an old man.
Oof.
Let's not. VFC is a good friend of mine, but I like your feeling on Kelly. That's always nice. Thank you. Vanessa wants 3 tattoos: a tattoo of a witch's broom going down the forearm, and a tattoo of Wednesday Addams and Lydia Dietz. Who I know Wednesday Addams because I love the show Wednesday, but who's Lydia Dietz? Do you know who Lydia Dietz is?
I don't. Let's look her up.
She
From Beetlejuice. Okay. The woman from
Oh.
Beetlejuice played by what is her name? Oh my god.
Jenna Ortega?
Not Jenna Ortega, but she plays her mother in the
Winona Ryder.
There you go.
Lydia's from Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice. Lydia. Goth girl from Beetlejuice. Winona Ryder. Okay. Rosie, what up? Love these streams. Thanks always for the content. I met Rosie at Baltimore. Extremely nice guy. Thank you for being here, Rosie. Oh, we're past 8 o'clock, so I think we need to let our fabulous guests go. Sean, you've been a great guest, and I mean great. I look forward to doing more with you in the future. You have been so great, and I'm glad that we finally got to have you on the show, and you really delivered with a lot of good stuff. And I look forward to having you on again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it only took us 4 hours, but we reached the bottom of the chat, which makes this a perfect place to close out. It honestly has been amazing. 4 hours went by so fast. I really genuinely could do this all day. It's been so much fun hanging out with you and your listeners. And I want to thank you for extending the opportunity. Let's do this again really soon.
Yeah, I agree. And everybody's digging you, so that's good. Omnidog Comic Pals team up. Yeah. It's good having Dana here. She lives in the UK.
Oh.
So it's kind of late for you, Dana. Okay, so you can get Sean's YouTube channel in my description. Sean, if you want to send me an email, any of your other links to any other of your social media stuff, I'm happy to put those in the description box too. Oh, Doug, have you been here the whole time? 1 a.m. So bedtime. Yeah. So yeah, everybody. Oh gosh, Belgian Ellen, you've been up a long time too. Thank you guys.
Commitment.
Yeah. So and thank you, Kelly, for being in the stream and talking me out of getting a tattoo. And don't forget to smash that like button. That's right. So I will happily say goodbye, but see you again soon. To Sean, thank you to everyone in the chat. You guys were great today. I really enjoyed it. And I genuinely appreciate the fact that Sean was here and you guys were all here. We had good numbers the entire time. It was very sticky. So we had sticky numbers, which is good. That means, oh, thank you for being here. So that means we kept people's interest. That's a good sign. So go to the description box to find Sean, another positive force for comics, and I will play us out with my theme song, and peace and love, peace and love. Baba Booey to y'all.
Better days. Better days. Better days. Omnidog in the miniature of comics. Talk forever, get right your ergonomics. Taking questions from the chat. With a name like that, you think they talk more about the fact. Better days. Better days.